Hello, everyone. Good evening. Hope everyone is doing great. Okay, so let's start, everyone. So we waited for 10 minutes and the prayer time is going back, uh, which means that we can start the class on time 6:30. So today we waited for like 10 minutes, so that is fine.
Sorry for being late.
No problem. And Alamgir and Naveed, thank you for submitting the assignment for IPv6. And some of you need to submit the assignment for the custom lab. Some of you, only few of you have submitted the assignment. You also have to go for the exam. And so we need to kind of speed that up, everyone. So today we are going to start a very, very important lesson, a very important, very interesting chapter. And this chapter is all about Active Directory. Active Directory is equal to security within the organization. Again, Active Directory is one of those topics that is used in everything, that is used in all of the organizations. Oh, yeah, we have a new certified person, Salim. Excellent. Congrats, Salim, for passing the
Um,
exam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It was your first exam, Salim, or
Yeah,
you've
this
been.
is first exam like for Microsoft.
Oh, wow, excellent. So it was from home or you went to the center?
Oh, from the home.
Okay, okay, good. So how was it? It was difficult for you, or you were prepared well for the exam?
Yeah, I was prepared well. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Okay, so how much time it took you? Like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or how, or full time? You used the full time.
I finished like 30 minutes early.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Okay, very good. So hope you're going for the next exam soon, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So So everyone, we are starting a new chapter, which is Active Directory. So in this chapter, we are going to go through Active Directory components, Active Directory schema, forest, domain, OUs. You can see that on the slide. We are going to go through in detail Active Directory. And Active Directory is used throughout the world, and the most used security directory service as compared to any other directory, any other authentication service. So if you have any questions at all, you can type your question in the chat window, or you can always unmute your mic and ask a question. So from the slide, Active Directory is composed of, so I'm just gonna quickly go through a few slides here, and then we are going to jump onto the whiteboard and understand that. So Active Directory, number one, it's an authentication protocol. Active Directory is used to authenticate people into the domain. And so far, I think all of us are introduced to Active Directory. Active Directory is a service with which a user logs into the network. A user logs into the network. So all of the users within the organization, they have to use organization resources. So what are the resources they need to use? They need to use printers. They need to use printers. They need to log into the servers. They need to log into their computers. They need to use internet. So how do you control the use of all these services, printers and servers and computers and internet? This is all controlled by Active Directory, and Active Directory represented by a triangle in the technical diagrams. So users first log into Active Directory, they are authenticated, and then they can log in and they can use all these resources. So you can think of Active Directory as a security lock within the organization. If your organization doesn't have Active Directory, then these all resources are open to everyone. Then they are open to everyone, and anyone can use these all of these resources. Now, in a small network, there is not much use of Active Directory in a very small network, but in a large, medium to large size network, or maybe at home there is no use for Active Directory, because at home we use internet, at home we use computers, everyone is allowed to use everything. But in an office environment, small, medium, or large, we use Active Directory. And what is in Active Directory? Active Directory is a list. Active Directory is nothing but a list of usernames and passwords. So let's make it that simple. It is a list of usernames and password. Yes, it has other things as well, but it is like user. It starts from usernames and passwords, and so the username we create in Active Directory and then provide it to the user. So user will use that username and password and log into Active Directory, and from there we can set up permissions. So number one, Active Directory is a list of usernames and password. Number one, the username and password is provided to the user. Number two, and number three, we set up permissions on resources. So all of these, so we call them resources, or we can call them devices, components, and everything within the network. So then we set up security permissions. So three things. So permissions, number three. So number one, we create username and password in Active Directory, then user will log in, and then we set up permissions. So this user can print between, let's say this user can print between 9 to 5. The other user cannot print between 9 to 5. So this type of restriction, and this user cannot log into the server. So restricted, the user can log into this computer, user can use internet. So all that things are in Active Directory. So in a very small, very simple definition, Active Directory controls everything within your, controls the security aspect of your organization. Now, the second thing, so this is functionality of Active Directory. Now, what are the components that Active Directory is made up of? Active Directory is made up of two types of components. So here it's saying logical component and physical component. And logically, Active Directory is made up of partitions, schema, domain trees, forests, sites, OUs, and containers. Whereas a physical component of Active Directory, obviously you need a server where you need to install Active Directory, then data stores, global catalog servers, and RODC. Wow. Okay. Um, yes. So why I'm saying wow? Because I mean, this is a weird way of explaining Active Directory. I mean, okay. So I'll explain what that is. I mean, Active Directory can be understood in a more simpler manner. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna come back to this slide. And here, okay, so here Active Directory is divided into two ways, and we are going to very soon jump onto our whiteboard and we can understand all these. According to book, Active Directory, so till this part is fine. Active Directory is divided into two layers, a logical layer and a physical layer. Okay, and a logical layer is everything that is in the software, and physical layer is what are the components that are required to run Active Directory. So servers, you need a server. Without a server you cannot run Active Directory. So domain controller is a physical component. Physical and logical, we can understand a smartphone is a physical component, and the operating system in the smartphone, or the application WhatsApp and Instagram and everything inside the smartphone, are the logical components. So logical is everything that is software, and physical is everything that is on which it is installed. Then this is how the schema looks like. Schema. So what is schema actually? Schema is basically the back end software or the back end configuration of anything. The back end configuration of anything. So this is how schema looks like. Now, so schema can be the blueprint of your software. In other words, when you make a house, we always first make a diagram of a house. So first you get the diagram approved, you get the architecture of the house, which is also known as sometime blueprint of the house, and you take that document and you take that architecture or the document or the blueprint to the government. Then they will send their engineers, they will send different type of people and make sure that your house is built based on this design. It has this number of rooms and this number of washrooms, it has this open area, and then it has this open area in the background, and all those things are part of the blueprint. And the blueprint also defines that if you are saying that your bedroom or your main bedroom is so what are the measurement in your bedroom, or what are the measurement in your kitchen and your washrooms. So those should be according to the architecture, and they should not be even an inch less or more than what is in the architecture. So that is known as blueprint. And that exactly same thing Active Directory has called schema. So this is the blueprint. So it's saying that if the user password is there, so user password has what are the things that make up the user password, how many characters can be there, is it a complex password. And other than that, the home directory, then there are cn, then there is uid, then user password, then telephone number. So basically this is the back end configuration. Now the question is that should you ever be asked to work in the on the schema? Never. We never touch the schema, because schema is something that is what Active Directory is made up of. It is exactly the same thing that in real houses, in real houses you cannot extend the house, even though if you have a more requirement, even though you have a more space. If you want to extend this house to make another two rooms, yes you can, but then you'll have to go through all that other procedure. You need to get a new diagram, then get it approved. Once it is approved, then only you can extend the house. This is exactly the same thing. That first of all, we don't touch the schema. Number one. Number two, if you ever have to make any changes to the schema of Active Directory, then first of all, it needs to be properly designed. And so yes, go ahead please. Oh, whom and we don't understand Persian.
آره نه خوبه آره نه
Oh,
خوبه
he's on the phone. It's
بعد
okay.
خیلی حالم بد بود یه لحظه فکر کردم مریض چیزی هم بعد دیدم نه
It's
سرما
cute though.
آره آره چه خبر خودت حالت خوبه
Okay, so it was good for a change. So everyone, how many people are here, by the way, in the class? So please type yes in the chat window. So we have Naveed, Salim, and Wasim, and Ashish, Faz, Alamgir. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Zishan. So we have a full quorum, mashallah. Very good. Okay, so from the first slide, Active Directory function. So 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. We need to remember one, two, three, guys. Everyone, one, two, three. One, two, three. Active Directory is a list of usernames and password. Please repeat after me on your own. So Active Directory is a list of password. We create usernames and password in Active Directory. Number one. Number two, Active Directory has a user and we provide that username and password to the user. Then user will log into Active Directory. Number three, then we set up permissions on the resources so that users can use these resources based on their permissions. So it's a list of username and password. Number two, it's username password is provided to the user logs in, and then user will use all these devices on the network according to their permission. So one, two, three. And so, Ashish, can you repeat these steps, these 3 points, please?
Hello, can you hear me? Perfect.
Yes, we can.
So basically, it's a list of username and passwords that actually also assigns the username and passwords, and it basically obviously controls the provisions and like rights of what users can access and whatnot.
Exactly. And can you
So
repeat the one, two, three, please?
yeah, sure. It's first is the username and passwords. The second is providing the username and passwords, and third is actually providing provisions on like access policies and stuff like that.
Yes, setting up the permissions on devices, and users will use those devices according to permissions. Thank you.
No
So
problem.
Active Directory is divided into two. I would say it's composed of. So they're saying Active Directory components, Active Directory. So Active Directory component. Okay. So I would say Active Directory has two. Okay, we'll call them components. So there are two components of Active Directory, two types of components of Active Directory: logical and physical. So logical are these the software part, and the physical is the physical part without which Active Directory cannot log in. So server is a physical part. I'm going to go through that. About the schema, we spoke about the schema is equal to a architecture or a blueprint diagram of your house or a building, and we don't touch anything in schema. So this is automatically maintained by Active Directory. The problem is that what is the problem? Why shouldn't we touch the schema? Because guys, schema it makes up Active Directory. Schema makes up Active Directory. Now, Active Directory is a very important database of any organization. It is very very important. You can think of it's a database of all the use. So let's say in a bank we are customers of the bank, and the bank has our money. So this is so bank has our money. In order to withdraw or deposit money into the bank, we have what do we have? We have number of ways to we can deposit or make any transactions. We can deposit and make any transactions online, or we can use ATM machine. Or so we can deposit online, or we can use ATM machines. So the thing is, as a user, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand why schema is so important, why schema is so sensitive. Why shouldn't we make any changes in Active Directory or in the schema of Active Directory? The reason is this: users are using online and ATM to connect to the bank and work with their money in so depositing and withdrawing money, or making payments, and so on. So this mechanism is based on softwares in the bank. So this mechanisms so in the back end there are software, there is hardware, there is everything within this. But other than hardware and software, so software and hardware, other than that, then there is that design of that application as well. So design of the application, it reflects everything. So design of this application, it basically runs everything, the software and the hardware. So if you make any change to this design, if you make any change to this design in the back end, that can affect thousands and millions of users in the bank, the millions of users in the bank. And so any one change in this design can affect the complete software, can affect the users, and in fact it can disconnect the users as well if it's not the right change. So the design of any application is kept separate. The design of any application cannot be, I mean, shouldn't be altered without any special reason. So exactly for that reason, we should not make any changes to schema. Now schema is, it is running the complete Active Directory. Schema is running the complete Active Directory. So if this is Active Directory, then schema is in the background running the complete application, complete Active Directory. Okay, so let's say you make a small change in here. Let's say you make a small change, SN or the CN value, common name value, and I'm going to go through that. CN is known as the common name, and CN is a huge big string. So it's the full name, then it's the other attributes that make up the CN. If you make a small change in this, and that small change is not a correct change, then it will affect thousands and thousands of users here. Okay.
Adnan bhai,
Yes, please go ahead.
the CN which you just mentioned, like what is the name of this category in this schema? What do we call it?
CN,
Is there a
CN is known as common name.
No, but like we have X121 address, we have comment, title, CEO, primary telex name. Is there any kind of particular terminology of all these things?
The CN?
Mhm. Like there are so many CN. Like what I want to ask you that the all these categories under name, is there any kind of particular terminology of these things?
This is, you can say these are properties. These are properties. Guys, I
Oh,
just need
property.
5 minutes. I just need somebody's at the door. I think the fire alarm team. Just give me 5 minutes, guys. I'll be back.
No, no worry, no
Okay.
problem.
Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah. Sure. Sorry, guys. So they are replacing the fire alarms in the house. So in the meantime, let's start the three servers because they're going to take 10 minutes here. Let's start the three servers and make sure that Active Directory is working and the client is able to log in. The client is able to log in. So I just need 10 minutes with them. They're replacing the devices. So what do we need to do? We need to start uh, the two servers and the client and make sure the client is able to log in. So let me know if your network
Does it
is working.
matter if the DHCP is installed on it, or do we have to disable the DHCP?
No, it's fine. DHCP is, I mean, if it is working, it's fine as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So guys, let me know in the chat window once your two servers and client is you're able to log in without any issues. Just check firewalls and everything. And we are going to need another client as well. So install another client, Windows 10, and prepare that client with the IP address.
No, they're the brown ones. You don't have to do it with them. Oh, yes, you do. You yeah, you put it on the side. Yeah. And push it away. Yeah. might be able to slide that active in without doing it. Yeah, I reckon you'll be able to do it. Be careful, don't shake it up. Shake it right there. It's actually covered there. I just say there's a lot of copper there. Be careful you don't touch it. Are you going to try this one? You have to cut it all right to the end. Beautiful. Cool. It's strand or solid? Oh, yeah. Should start straight. I'll be careful that's spinning around like that. Right, so obviously you're going to put it sideways this time, so you know the holes are. Right, because you don't want to put it long ways, that's it, because you'll go through the hole. Just have a look, hang on, look where your holes are, go back that way a bit. You want to get two good fixings. Yep, beautiful for that one. Oh, beautiful. Yep, beautiful. Oh, that's good. Oh, oh. It's no good. See how close to the hole you are? Right, so you need more thicker zip box somewhere. Yep. Thank you for you. Timber, yeah. You use that beaver hooks like these through that timber.
This is Wasim.
Yes, go ahead, Wasim.
So do I have to create two new 2016 server and two client machines? Or
If you
I
already
can
have
use-
the two servers, that'll be fine.
Yeah, I do have two servers already, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just need a one client machine, 16, right?
So yeah, two client machines, and
Okay.
so the both servers have Active Directory.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Just make sure that the clients are logged into Active Directory.
Okay. Let me do the rest of the part. Thanks.
Okay.
Sir, you mentioned one client machine or two client machines.
So one client machine should already be there. We need another client machine.
Oh, okay, I see.
And Faz, how's your network? How many servers do you have? Human, how many servers do you have? Salim, Dishan, everyone, please update your architecture.
I'm trying to create another client machine, but the windows I've got giving me so many options. So I just wanted to know which Windows 10 should I go with. Like for example, it gives me the option to create like Windows 10. Um, sorry, my man.
Sir, I have one server with Active Directory and one with DNS. So do I need to install Active Directory in that one too?
Yeah, on the second server, install Active Directory as a second domain controller. Fez, I'm not able to hear your voice properly. Maybe you can speak a bit louder.
Okay, I'm trying to install another client machine. The option which I'm getting is Windows 10 Pro, Windows Pro, and Education. So what option should I go with? Can you hear me now?
I have to repeat that again. Sorry about that. I just
I don't
You
know
could
what.
use the work group, but you have to create a limited account.
Yes.
Can you hear me now, sir, properly? Hello?
Yes, yes. I can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm trying to install another client machine. The option which before setup runs is I'm given with Windows 10 Education, Windows 10 Home, and Pro N. With which edition should I go forward?
Okay. Yeah, you can go with any except the home. Except the home, you can go with any option.
Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum assalam, Zishan.
Sir, sir, this Windows 10 Business Edition is fine because I'm creating the second client as well.
Yes, that's fine. Even business is fine.
Okay, sir. Sir, uh, sir,
Yes, go ahead.
can you hear me? Sir, this second server also need ADDS Active Directory?
Yes. So if one server needs Active Directory, and if you first try to log in using that Active Directory, and then install Active Directory on the second one, and just say existing domain controller. Have you ever installed the second server as Active Directory?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
that's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Sir, can I ask you something? Since difficult for
Yes,
me,
please go ahead.
it's very difficult for me to switch from Zoom to the servers. I have got another computer which is also i7, but its cameras are not working and it doesn't have a mic. So is it possible if you can give me an idea, like I can buy a USB, a webcam and a mic? Would it be able to like connect me with Zoom on the other computer? I'm just trying to make another computer
Okay,
Zoomer. So
okay. Sure, sure. No problem. At the end of this lecture, we'll talk about this. Okay.
thank you.
And I can share with you two links. Most of the time, any nowadays any good mic or webcam can work. But we or maybe a good headphone, Samsung or a new, these original headphones can work as well. So they're still replacing the fire alarm. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
and then it'll stop. Okay. And then once every 40 seconds, beep, every 40 seconds for 10 minutes, just resetting. Okay. So to give you 10 or 12 minutes reprieve if you're cooking something smoky or something. Now, obviously, if it goes off again after the 12 minutes, start again. Push so that beep, it's resetting. It's just resetting. Once every 40 seconds for 10 to 12 minutes. Okay. And that cannot be stopped. No, it's just resetting. Right. And if you keep pushing the button, it'll keep starting over and over and over again. All right, thank you for being here. Done? Okay, thank you so much. Sorry about yesterday.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. Sorry about that. Actually, these far guys, they came from very far. And yesterday I missed them. And today they were supposed to come. So sorry about that. And okay, so uh, okay, so what is your Salim said 2 servers, 1 client. Zishan said 2 servers, and so installing the second client. So I suppose most of your infrastructure is ready. Okay. Now before working on this, let's jump on to our own way of understanding Active Directory.
So, sir, do we need to join the second client with the domain too?
Yes, we
Okay,
do.
thank you.
Okay. So Naveed said your second machine is being installed in 5 more minutes. Okay, excellent. So guys, this is what we are now understanding. We are trying to understand Active Directory, and what's wrong with this? I'm just trying to find my whiteboard here quickly. And where is it? Okay, I'm here. And what I'm trying to do is just increase the size.
Sir,
Yes, please go ahead.
sir, this Window Pro for Window workstation is fine.
Uh,
Windows
Windows.
10 Pro for workstation.
Yeah, that will be good too.
Sir, your whiteboard seems to be different today. Why is
Uh,
that?
Whiteboard seems to be different, meaning it's wider or what?
Yeah, looks like it's wider actually. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I made it wider, but I am just setting that up. Okay, so I'll fix that up in a moment, but Okay. So, uh, what? This one. Okay. So, everyone, we are about to understand Active Directory right from its basic understanding. So first of all, Active Directory, one word to remember for Active Directory, for interviews and everything, it's an authentication service. Yes. So Active Directory, one word, authentication service. It's an authentication service. It authenticates it authenticates users to use the services. Uh, okay, so one word for Active Directory, authentication service. So the way we can remember, in order to install Active Directory can be divided into uh, into two types. So Active Directory can be divided into two main parts of Active Directory. So let's call them parts of Active Directory: logical, logical components, sorry, yeah, the word that I was looking for is structure. So they call them components now, but it is basically two structures of Active Directory. One is physical structure, and the other one is logical structure. So physical structure and logical structure. Now, physical structure and logical structure, why do we need to understand that? So that we can troubleshoot Active Directory. This is exactly the same thing. And so let me quickly, if I can fix that whiteboard so that it is not confusing for anyone. Okay, so that's better. So logical and physical structure. Now, physical and logical structure, we need to remember that exactly from a smartphone's, I mean, the way the smartphone that since we are using smartphone every day, so that's why I'm using an example of a smartphone. Smartphone can be exactly understood exactly in the same manner. So smartphone can be divided into two, logical and physical structure. Logical and physical structure. Smartphone. Physically, it has the hardware, the smartphone hardware, and that hardware can be of any type. Smartphone hardware can be Huawei, can be iPhone, can be Samsung. So physically, it is of this company, Samsung, and so on. but logically it has its own operating system. So logically it has an operating system, number one. Then inside the operating system it has its own stuff. So the operating system in iPhone is the iPhone operating system, whereas in Samsung it's mostly actually it is Android operating system. So that's the operating system. Then other than the operating system, it has settings inside. So logical structure in the settings, you can install applications. So these are two structure of a smartphone. So this is exactly how Active Directory is. The physical structure of Active Directory, it contains the servers on which the Active Directory is installed, and secondly, it is also composed of sites, the location where Active Directory is installed. And then logical structure of Active Directory is that right at the top of Active Directory, it starts from a forest. So we call it a forest. And then under the forest, there is something called a tree. And then under a tree, there is something called a domain. So I'm going to explain that in a moment. So forest, tree, domain, and then container, OU, and objects. So this is the logical component of Active Directory, logical structure of Active Directory, and this is a physical structure of Active Directory. Okay, so I'm going to come back to that in a moment here. So the next thing about Active Directory, we need to know the functionality of Active Directory. Functionality or the use of Active Directory. Functionality or use of Active Directory. Now, functionality of use of Active Directory is it is used to control the use of resources within the organization. Use to control okay. It's auto saving. Come on, man. So it is used to control while this is auto saving. So it is used to control. It is used to control the use of resources within the domain. So we have Active Directory. So when we install Active Directory, we do need a server, server 2012, 2016. Okay.
Sir, can I ask you something?
Yes, please go ahead.
Is there any basic difference between the Active Directory ADDS of 2012 and 2016? Or both is are same?
Both are same. Even 2012 is same. So all of these, so Active Directory right from the start is exactly the same. So there are some features added. Otherwise, Active Directory structure is exactly the same right from 2000, 2003, 2008, 2012. So if anyone can understand 2008 Active Directory, it is exactly the same in 2012 and 16.
So the reason I asked was I had a book on 2008. It had very well described all the features of Active Directory. If you would like, I would share it on the.
Yeah, if people, if you want to share it, just share it in the group.
So my question was like, if I try to understand from 2008 that they make a server and everything would be same then.
No, 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 no. So if you want to read something latest, I would say. But in functionality, it's exactly the same. But 2008 won't give the latest information, right? So for that reason, if you want to read from somewhere, there are a lot of resources available. There are a lot of links, lot of internet, lot of websites available with the latest information. So I would say just go with the latest information. So, but why I said that Active Directory is exactly the same. So if somebody has worked on Active Directory 2008, this Active Directory won't be difficult for them to understand. So, so the basic architecture is exactly the same. But why I'm saying that do not read from 2008 book, because 2008 won't be able to give you the right feature. So if you're spending time in reading something, so read something latest. So that's what my point is. Okay, I'm just restarting. I'm just restarting PowerPoint here, just guys. Okay, so I'll have to work with this old whiteboard. Okay, that's fine. So going back to, first of all, Active Directory, one word we already know that it is used for authentication. Active Directory. Authentication service, number one. And number two, Active Directory, physical structure and a logical structure. Now, how do you install Active Directory? We were talking about functionality of Active Directory. Active Directory, so in order to have Active Directory, we need to have a server, server 2016. So what is the requirement in order to install Active Directory? Actually, before that, how does Active Directory work? So functionality of Active Directory is that we create user accounts and password in Active Directory, and then user's account and password will be given to the users, and users can log in. So this is our server 2016, and within 2016 we install a role called ADDS. So in 2016 server 2016 or server 2019 or server 2020, it's exactly the same. We install a role called ADDS role, ADDS role, Active Directory Domain Services. So interview question, how do you install Active Directory? So the answer is we install ADDS role. So ADDS role is Active Directory Domain Services role. Once you install in Active Directory, the very first thing that it makes when the role is installed, it will require something called a forest. And then under the forest, it will create a tree, and under the tree, it will create a domain. So these are the three logical layers that is protecting Active Directory. So which means Active Directory is protected under 3 layers of security. I mean, they would have called this security layer 1, security layer 2, and security layer 3, but they prefer to right from the beginning they called these 3 layers forest, tree, and domain. So for us to understand, the very first thing that we need to understand that these are 3 layers of security that are protecting Active Directory. So if I can make it like 3 triangles here, then it will be okay. So I'll go to the other page here, and let's make these 3 triangles here. Mhm. Okay, this is 1, and this is second one, and second one is smaller than this, and this is third one. So Active Directory is actually protected under these 3 layers of security. So right here, where is the pen? So first layer is known as a forest. Second layer is known as a tree. And third layer is known as a domain. Okay, and inside the domain, we have servers. So inside the domain, we have our domain controller. And so inside the domain, we have our domain controller. And inside the domain controller, we have the list of usernames and passwords. So that's how it looks like in the real environment. So in here, so this is a domain controller. So this is known as our domain controller. So now 4 things we need to remember: forest, tree, domain, and domain controller. So Human asked a question, what is the difference between a forest and a domain? So first of all, the very first thing that we need to remember is these three layers are logical security layers. These 3 layers are logical security layer. And how do you understand a logical security layer? You can understand that from a real environment. If there is some very important personality like a president or a prime minister, they are protected under many layers of security. So police is protecting them, army is protecting them, then special services are protecting them. So those are different layers of security. Now what is the main function, what is the main reason why that one person is protected under many types of security? The reason is very simple, that there is police, then there is the special forces, then there is those sometimes I mean we saw them in movies that they're protected from army as well. And there are many layers of security. What is the main function of this? The main function of this, that they are protected against any type of risk or threats, meaning they need to break into this first layer, then the second layer, then the third layer, then the fourth layer, then they'll be able to get to that personality. This is exactly the same thing for forest, tree, and domain. These are logical security. And the reason why it is protected, because the hackers, they try to hack into Active Directory. So this hacker or the hacking application, they try to hack into Active Directory. So for that reason, if they need to they need to get into the domain controller, first of all they need to get into the forest, break into this security, then break into this security, then this, then they will be then they need to break into the server, and then they can get all of the information. So Active Directory. Now the second question might be that why is it so important to protect Active Directory, guys? Because in Active Directory it has everything for your organization. What everything in an organization? For example, in banks, or in hospitals, or in telecom companies, the large companies, insurance companies, everywhere, users are everything. Users are everything. So these users, some users, so users, I mean, users are everything. When I say users are everything, meaning if you get a admin username and password, you can get into anywhere inside the bank. You can get into the banking servers, you can get into the hospital servers and get all the patient's information. You can get into the telecom company in servers and get all of the information that might be very useful for the competitors. So if somebody gets the all of the customer information from Rogers, they can give it to Bell Canada. Both are competitor to each other, and then they can, market their stuff to their competitor users. In other words, this information that is stored inside this organization has everything. Now in that, so Active Directory stores all of that information inside a domain controller. So forest tree and domain has all this information. Okay, so I'm not sure what is happening with this PowerPoint today. Okay, so three layers of security. We have domain controller inside, and the first layer of security is known as forest, second known as tree, third known as domain. And next, the server itself is known as a domain controller. Okay, and the domain controller has the domain controller inside the domain controller has OUs, organizational unit. OU stands for organizational unit. So OU, this OU, the word OU stands for organizational unit. And inside the OU, we have users, inside the OU, we have something called objects. And these objects are known as users and computers. Users, computers, and users and computers. And then inside the objects, it has attributes. I know it looks complex, but guys, trust me, it's not. It's not complex. Okay, so so here, just stay with me on this for half an hour, and this will be very clear. This will be very clear in a moment. So now that we know that Active Directory requires a Server 2016. So first of all, in order to install Active Directory, we need to have Server 2016. Then we need to add a role called ADDS role. So all of you have installed Active Directory. So here we will install Active Directory on this server. Once Active Directory is installed, the very first question it will ask if you need, is it a new forest or is it an existing forest? Now within one domain, you can have many domain controllers. So within one domain, you can have many domain controllers. And the reason is that you should have at least, Microsoft recommendation is that you should have at least 2 domain controllers. So I'm just making it proper so that it is good for the understanding. So I'm saving this and saved. Okay. Um, so now the second concept that we need to understand about Active Directory, that Microsoft recommendation is that there has to be at least 2 domain controllers. So once we install the first domain controller, we should have a second domain controller as well. So first domain controller, and I am going to install a second domain controller. Once you install a second domain controllers, guys, so the recommendation is at least have 2 domain controllers. Recommendation from Microsoft. Have always at least 2 domain controllers. two DCs. So this will be DC1 and this will be DC2. This will be DC2. So at least two domain controllers so that if one is not available, the second one can work for the organization. Okay. So from this slide, in order to install Active Directory, we need to have Server 2016. We need to add a role called ADDS role, and the recommendation is at least have two domain controllers. Okay. Now the next slide is that once you have two domain controllers, they automatically replicate all information with each other. So here, the next point is all domain controllers, all DCs automatically replicate all information with each other. So all DCs are exactly copy of each other. So whatever user accounts that are on this domain controller, those all user accounts will be here as well. So whenever you delete something on this domain controller, there will be automatically deleted from this other domain controller. So all DCs automatically replicate all information with each other. You don't have to do anything. As soon as you install Active Directory, all the domain controllers will be replicating all information with each other. Now, the next point we need to understand, every new site every new large site needs to have its own domain controller. So every large site or branch office of your company, branch office of your organization needs to have separate domain controller. Separate DC. Now this point is so this point is that every large site needs to have its own domain controller. So that means that if your company has offices within three different locations, then all three different locations have to have their own domain controller. So that's the structure of Active Directory. So let's say you have an organization called let's say, what is the organization name? Timbits. No way. Damn. Sorry. I'm not sure why is it happening and it's not saving anything.
So last time you did something to your PowerPoint?
Faz, I cannot hear you.
Last time you did something to your PowerPoint? Like you made
Faz, I can still not hear you. I mean, I can hear you, but it's coming, if you use your mobile for calling in. Everyone else is so quiet today. Everyone else is here, or these are just usernames? At least you guys can complain or something.
Sir,
We are
actually, I
here.
am so tired. I work a
No
lot
complaints
today,
at all.
but
Oh,
I am here in the class. Don't worry about it.
Always.
okay.
Wasim Bhai is always having too much workload. He always tired.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I know, guys. Oh, it came back. I thought it's totally gone. It came back. Thank you. Yes, Ashar, I can see I'm fixing issues, and it doesn't happen every day, but sometimes. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And okay, so Timbit.co. Timbit.co has offices in New York. So one office in New York, one office in Toronto, and another office in Sydney. So three different locations, three different cities, and three different locations. So the architecture of Active Directory is when you have three branch offices, you must have domain controller in all three branch offices. Okay, so right here, what we need to say that let's say Toronto is our main head office. So Toronto is where your company started from. So where your company is, we need to have at least two domain controllers. So one domain controller and two domain controller. So in the head office, and then in each branch, we need to have at least one domain controller. Okay. So in New York, we need to have one, and in the other city, we need to have one. Now, what is the reason why we need to have a special domain controller in each city? The reason is that when users need to log in, they should be logging in using their own domain controller. So there is a user, they all need to log in at 9 a.m. in the morning. So at 9 a.m. when everybody logs in, so they need to use their own domain. So Toronto office need to use their own domain controller, Sydney office need to use their own domain controller, and New York office need to use their own domain controller. And by default, since all these domain controllers are exactly the same, they share exactly the same information. So there is no problem for users to log into any domain controller. So point number one, so starting from going back from our basic understanding, here we have Active Directory. Active Directory is used for Active Directory is the authentication service. Number one, Active Directory is protected by three layers of security. Number one, forest, tree, and domain. These are three layers of security. There are few other things that we need to remember about forest, tree, and domain, and I will cover that in the next 1 hour. But to start with, forestry and domain are security walls. If anyone needs to break into, they need to break the forest, they need to break the security the tree, they need to break the domain, then they can get into the domain controller. Then within the domain controller, we have organizational units, we have objects, and then we have attributes. So And the next slide, we discussed that in order to install Active Directory, we need to have Server 2016, 2012, 2019, and then we can add a role called ADDS role. And a recommendation is that in your, even if it is a small company, big company, or large company, there has to be at least two domain controllers. So two domain controllers, one goes down, the other one can log in. I mean, we can remember that in that case. Let's say if it is, even if it is a very small clinic, we will still install Active Directory, and all the doctors and all the okay, maybe not the patient, the doctor and the reception, they need to log into Active Directory so that they can use the clinic resources. What are the clinic resources? The clinic resources are printers, so they need to print onto the printer. They also need to use a medical application where they record the patient, where they need to record the patient information, and they also need to, advise medicine and all that. And this is all connected to Active Directory. So doctors, they need to log in. So without a DC, so let's say if you have only one DC and that one DC is dead, there is no way they can use the medical application or the printer. In other words, the clinic is down. They won't be able to do anything. So for that reason, Active Directory must have two domain controllers. This is an interview question as well. What is the recommended number of domain controller in a very small or a large environment? So at least two domain controllers to start with. And then the second thing that we need to remember is that for each city or each branch office, we need to have for each city and each branch office, we need to have separate domain controllers. So separate domain controller for each city and each branch office. And that we now understand that since let's say if we don't have a domain controller in Sydney, so I'm going to delete this. We don't have a domain controller in New York. Then what is going to happen at 9 a.m. when they start work? When they start working, then user would need some sort of authentication to start with. And then in that case, if you don't have a domain controller, then they all will try to log into the Toronto office. So maybe New York is not far from Toronto. It's like just another city. I mean, it's 7 hours of difference between Toronto and if you drive. Well, it's not as far as Sydney, but even if it is a second city, if it is Brampton, if it is Mississauga, these are the small cities that are very close to Toronto area. Even if it is another city, they all have to use the internet bandwidth, and they will need to log in from here. And most of the time, it will be slow. It will be a slow login. So it will be like you're logging into a Windows 10 machine, and it's taking 10 minutes to log in. Why? Because the authentication needs to travel all the way from New York to your head office. So for that reason, Microsoft recommends that you should have a separate domain controller for each branch office. So right here, one domain controller and second domain controller. So that's the second concept that we understood. And the third concept we understood, that all domain controller replicate all of the information. Now let's talk about Active Directory structure. So Active Directory, once we log into Active Directory, the tools to manage Active Directory are 5 tools. Number one, the basic tool that we work with Active Directory is known as Active Directory Users and Computers. AD, Users and Computer. So this is the tool that we need to become an expert of. Active Directory users and computers. And as soon as Active Directory users and computer opens, it will first of all show you your domain name. So domain name is, so in my case, my domain name is 360 Clouds. So remember, when you install Active Directory, you need to provide a domain name. And then under the domain name, there are OUs. Now, OUs are of two types. There is something called an OU, and there is something called a container. Containers, both are folders of information. So both are folders. In both of them, we can have users and objects. So both of them has objects inside. It's just that in containers are built-in containers, built-in folders. So both are, I mean, we can remember them both are type of folders. Both are type of folders. In OUs we can so in OUs so both are type of folders, meaning both have users and computers inside. So both have users and computers inside. But one thing to remember, that we cannot apply, so here I'm going to write here one word, cannot apply group policy. So on container we cannot apply group policy, and on OUs we can apply group policy. Now, what is a group policy? Group policy is basically security that can be applied to users and computers. So for now, just remember that on OUs we can apply group policy, and on containers we cannot apply group policy. So that's the only difference between OUs and containers. And here we need just a quick definition. There is a full chapter on group policy later on, but here, just for understanding what is group policy. Group policies are used to allow or restrict use of resources. So first of all, in IT, you will hear this word policy again and again in many basically in all of the applications. So wherever the word policy is used, it means the control. So policy means control. You're about to control anything with a policy. I mean, in real world, it is exactly the same thing. In real world, policy is used to control anything. So there is HR policy that all of the employees has to follow. Then there is insurance policy that you need to. So that is the use of that insurance policy, and it is applied on all of the customers. So policy simply means that you're about to control anything. So control. And so what is the example of group policy? Group policy example can be, one of the policy is that, let's say, hide control panel from all of the employees. So hide control panel. What is in the control panel? From the control panel you can install. So control panel is basically this here. So let's say if you want to hide, I'll go into. So this is a control panel of your computer. And from the control panel, what can you do? From the control panel, basically you can install devices, you can uninstall programs, you can do everything within the control panel. And if you need to hide this option from all of your users within the organization, because if they can't see it, they won't be able to make any changes. So if you want to hide this, we can create a group policy and then apply it to your domain. So that is one example. So I'm gonna say, remember, hide control panel. Now, you might have a question that, can we do this like right from the permissions of security? No, we cannot do this. There is no such permission that can hide anything. So let's say if you want to hide Word from them, if you want to hide, let's say, this temperature from them, if you want to hide Netflix or any other application or maybe games from them, then we need to create a policy, and then we can create a policy and apply it to them. So going back to domain. So once you log in, so for the first tool that we need to become an expert of Active Directory users and computers. As soon as you open Active Directory users and computer, you will see your domain. Under the domain, you will see your OUs, and OUs are of two types: OU and containers. So OUs and containers are exactly the same thing, but on OUs you can apply group policy, on containers you cannot apply group policy. So that's the only difference. Now let's log into our server and see Active Directory. So I'm gonna log in to my first server here. And how do I know? First of all, I need to know that if this server has Active Directory, and it's right here within the roles. So once you are or logged into the server, this is Active Directory. ADDS role is installed on this server, and if I need to manage this Active Directory, and if I go to tools, I can see these 5 tools used for Active Directory administration. Number 1, Active Directory Administrative Center. Number 2, Domains and Trust. Number 3, PowerShell. Number 4, Sites and Services. Number 6. No, this is number 5. Yes, number 5 is Active Directory Users and Computer. So Active Directory users and computer is the most common one that we use every day. So that is Active Directory users and computer. As soon as you open it, you can manage Active Directory. So this is our Active Directory, and the very first object you see is your domain object. So that is 360cloud.local. Now in large companies, they have their own OU structure. So here you can see the OU structure here. So OU structure, so this is like a folder. I mean, we can, so we just learned that OUs are of two types. Number one, OU and a container, and both are folders. The only difference is on OU we can apply group policy, and and on a container we cannot apply a group policy. So from here, how do you distinguish between which one is a container and which one is a OU? So here you can see a small, here you can see a very small icon inside this yellow folder. So this small icon that you see on this folder, this is OU, and the rest ones are containers. So containers are actually these built-in folders are known as containers that are automatically managed by Active Directory. So we don't make changes to these containers. You can create users in them. So let's say if I create an OU for my Toronto branch, so I can go here to new and create organizational unit. I would call this Toronto, and this is to protect the container, sorry, the OU from accidental deletion. So here I'm gonna just click OK, and you can see that there is that small icon inside that shows that this is an OU. So everything now we make, so all the other OUs that I'm gonna make, that all will be OUs, and these are the only containers within Active Directory. So built-in container, foreign security principal, and computer and managed service accounts and users. So these are called containers. So most of the time these are built-in containers, and the OUs are the ones that are here. And what is the big difference between the OU and container? I mean, these all can have objects inside. So if I click on computer, I can see the objects that I created in this Active Directory. So when I join a server to Active Directory, it automatically comes to this. It automatically is coming to this. So
Sir,
okay.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So this built-in folder, is it a container or a OU?
Built-in is a container.
But there is no icon in the middle of the folder then, which shows its container.
Yes. So the one with the icon is OU, and one without the icon is container.
Oh, with the icon is OU. Okay. Okay.
Yes, yes. So
okay,
yes, so one with the icon inside is an OU, the other ones are containers. And so we don't need to remember a lot about this because these are the only containers in Active Directory. So there won't be any other containers other than these. So which means that the folders that we will be working on will all be OUs. So OUs are the one with the icon, and containers are without the icon. So the only container that you will ever see in Active Directory is built-in, computer, foreign security, and managed service account and user. So these are the only ones that are containers. Whereas all of the other OUs that we will be working on are OUs. Now, what is in the OU? What is the main purpose of OU? Guys, OUs are used to organize objects in Active Directory. So first of all, this is an Active Directory. Now that we have created an Active Directory, let's jump back to our drawing board here, and let's try to understand this concept. So so let's say we have a brand new organization. So let's say we have a brand new organization, and now we are trying to understand the use of Active Directory. How can I use Active Directory in a brand new organization? So let's say we are, so this is a coffee shop. So coffee shop, and within a coffee shop we are now setting up the network. Now when we set up a first network, what we do is definitely we do need networking. So in a coffee shop, I'm setting up a coffee shop, and within coffee shop, definitely you will have some sort of reception. Then there will be some people sitting here. For coffee, there are tables and so on. And okay, coffee shop is not a good example because you won't have many computer, but there might be some computer, and there is office in the back. And this office has a computer inside. Okay. Okay, so here, and then on the reception you also have a POS, point of sales here, which is also a computer. And then this coffee shop is connected to all other, let's say it's a huge big coffee shop and it has offices, 40 offices around the country. So it's a huge big, like maybe Tim Hortons or other type of coffee shop. So this coffee shop is connected to all other coffee shops in other cities. So this has branch offices in, so this one is in Toronto, and this one is in, they have another branch in Brampton, they have another branch in Mississauga, they have another branch in, let's say, Windsor, and so on. So there are other branches of this coffee shop. Now within this coffee shop, so this coffee shop is needs security. So when they say so security is of all different types, but this is a security for usernames and to basically control the use of resources. So here what we will do is we will create a domain controller. So here we will install server 2016 and install ADDS role. And once we install ADDS role, then we install, after installing ADDS role, we will create, first of all, OUs. And then inside the OU, we can create user accounts. So I'm going to create a user account called Ali Khan in this. And then I'm going to create, let's say, John Adams. So two user accounts I've created, and both of the user accounts will be used within this Active Directory. So let's say Ali Khan is the owner of this coffee shop. So that person will be a domain controller, domain admin, with all of the admin rights within this domain. And John is a person who is managing the customer service. So John will get, let's say, an operation, or maybe just to use, just have enough permissions to log into the POS, so point of sale system. So this system, so the John will be having POS access. Okay, so let's use, so this is a use case scenario just to understand the working of Active Directory. So first of all, we installed Server 2016, then we installed Active Directory inside, then there are OUs, and inside OU we can create user accounts. Now with this, I wanted to make a point that you cannot create user accounts without an OU. So if I go back to the server, and here, so where do you create a user account? So we can create a user account right here within users. So this is the place that has built-in users. So here you have built-in users, but we don't, but we, I mean, you can create users in this, but we don't create users in this. Instead, we create our own OUs to, so that users can be better organized. I mean, can we create user in this folder? Yes, I can create a user in this folder. For example, if I go here and I can go to new and create a new user account for Ali Khan. So I'm going to create a user called Ali, and then last name Khan, and full name will be this, and the username will be the first letter of the first name and then the last name. So here I'm just going to call it A Khan, and I am about to create this user. So you see that creating user is not a difficult task. So you can directly create this users, guys. If you don't have this users in your servers, please create a user called Ali Khan, which with the first name of Ali and the last name Khan, and full name is Ali Khan, and then username is A Khan, Khan. So now here, I will assign a password for this. And I am going to uncheck this from here. So I'm going to uncheck from this option, so that user, I mean, this will be the password. Otherwise, user will have to change the password in the next login. So next and done. Okay, so Alamgir, yes, Rogers and Tim's. You can suggest some other names, Alamgir. Okay, I mean they're already so huge, you know, they won't, yeah, so, okay. Um, Ali Khan is the user is created Ali Khan in here. So the main point here to understand is, so I am in Active Directory. I am in Active Directory, everyone, and within the Active Directory, I've created this user in users OU. Now, if I go, the user is created. Now, if my client is alive and my client is connected, then I should be able to log in from this client. So in order to log into the user from this client, all I need to do is I need to go to other users, and within other users, I will use that username and password. So I'm going to say Ahan and then the password. But this is so this is not a correct way of logging in. Let me try to log in first. So the correct way of logging in is that you always use a domain name before the user account. But let me log in, and right here it's saying that you are about to log into 360 cloud domain, and the username is Ahan and the password, and next. So here it's saying the security database on the server does not have a computer account for this workstation. Okay, so this is an error that I'm getting because it's saying that this computer ID is not present in Active Directory.
So you should log in with like akhan at canaps.local, whatever your domain name is.
Yes, yes. So yes, that is correct. That is correct. I need to log in with the domain name first, but it will, in this case, it will still give me that error message. But yes, the correct way of logging in is this domain name and the username. And if I try to log in, okay, and the password. Okay, so yes, now the password is correct. Password is correct, but here it's just saying that the user, that this computer is not connected to a domain. So guys, you might get this error message even in the real environment or maybe here as well. Now the message is saying the security database, which means the Active Directory server does not have a computer account. And when I go to Active Directory, and if I look for the computer account, it's really not here. So the only account that I have is server 02, server 03, and this is the, we made the failover cluster, and this was the print spooler for the failover cluster, but I don't have cloud 01. So cloud 01 is not here. So now how do I troubleshoot this? How do I fix this? Anyone?
Can you repeat, sir?
My question is that here in Active Directory, I'm getting this error message. And when I go back to Active Directory, I don't see the computer account in Active Directory. So how do I fix it?
So there
Like the local
could be.
network.
Maybe it's not connected
You
to
have to
the.
type your local network before the admin.
Ashish, I did that. I wrote the domain name before the user.
And the
Can you
computer doesn't show up there? Can you go back to the first one?
Okay,
I mean the server one?
I'll go to the first one, and I don't see the server. I don't see this account here.
There have to be made changes. I think so. There are changes supposed to be made to the user account. What was the user account made? If you could go to the user account.
No, the user account is right here. User account is fine. User account is Ali Khan that I created, this one.
Okay.
And that I logged in. If there would have been any issue with the user
So
account,
did we,
it would have, yeah.
in the beginning, did you log into the local server? I mean, did you log into the work group as well? From the admin?
From where? On this machine?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, because this machine is already part of the domain.
But
Oh,
sorry,
yeah,
Adnan,
okay,
bhai,
okay,
could
yeah,
I
that's-
add something?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I think, how about the computer? Did you assign the computer to the user?
No, I mean, no need to assign a computer. Any user can log into any computer.
Sir, I guess let's go with the basic troubleshoot first. We should figure out the client machine has a right time and date, and connection with the domain is there or not.
Completely
And the
something
DNS
different from that. He already said that everything is connected before, so it's essentially to do with the user trying to actually log into the domain.
Right.
Am I right?
Yes, so both of you are right. Wasim is right as well. I mean, starting with basic troubleshoot is that if the time is correct and it is part of the domain. So here I can see on this client machine, I can see that I can see the word 360 cloud, which means that this machine is already part of a domain.
on the domain, yeah.
Okay, and when I'm trying to log in, it's not giving me error message. So let's say if I would have typed a wrong password, it would give me a user error. So but it's not giving me a user error because I'm using the correct password. So that means that there is no problem with the user account and password. Okay, so that is also ruled out. And the third point is that this is specific to the computer account. So it's saying your computer account
Group
doesn't
policy
exist.
hasn't been assigned.
Number, if
Is
you
that what it
logging
is?
with the user administrator and then add the user to the computer.
Is a group policy not assigned to the to this person? Is that what it is saying essentially, right? So the security database on the server does not allow a computer account for this workstation trust relationship. So it's basically
No,
not
no.
trusting in this.
No, it's nothing to do with the group policy as well, because we haven't applied any group policies yet. Okay.
Alavi, how about the user account? Has it been expired? Because
no, if user account would have been expired, there would have been clear message. User account is expired.
Can we go back
So,
to the
sir,
user and see the properties of the user, if possible?
Maybe, sir, the work group. We did not change the work group in the client machine.
So here are the properties, and
That was
Wasim,
already connected, Wasim bhai.
yes, Wasim, because we can see that it's showing 360 cloud. It means that it
Yes.
is already a domain.
Connected. It's connected. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
How
So-
about organization? Could you
Can
please
you
check
see
the
the
organization to add
Can you
number?
see the member of? Yeah.
So member of is right here. It is member
And
of
this is the
users.
member of that, right?
Okay.
How about organization?
Organizational unit is right here, which is users organizational unit, and user is right here. Okay, so excellent, guys. I mean, I wanted to make it important here. And that's why I wanted to involve all of you, that this is a problem that you might see in the real environment. And the way we troubleshoot, we rule out things, and you're all right. You're all on track. That you're, first of all, you're trying to see that if this computer is part of a domain, if it is part of a work group or a domain. And since we can see that here we can see 360 cloud, it means that it is already part of a domain. It's not part of a work group. And the next thing you said, that is it anything to do with the user account? So for that, we are not seeing any user error. If there would have been any user error, the message should be clear that if the user account is disabled, if the user account password is expired, or if there is anything to do with the user, but it didn't. So which means that the user is fine, OUs are fine, everything is fine. The only thing that I see the problem is the domain joining. So
WAMP or firewall too, sir.
Firewall, in this case, it could be the firewall as well. But then we need to log into the machine, and then we can only find out. Okay, so I mean, so in this case, what we will do, so since we cannot log into the domain, the only way to find out is log in with the local administrator account. So I'm not going to log into this. I'm going to say other user, and then I am going to log in with administrator and then the password. So this way I can log into the machine without the domain in the local account. And here you can see the name of the machine. Before it was just that 360 cloud, which is the domain name. So the only way I can fix this issue, that first I log in and then fix the issue. So the only way to log in, since you cannot log into the domain because it's saying that this account doesn't exist, and when as an Active Directory admin, you went back into the server and you went to the computer OU, because all of the computers that are part of Active Directory should be appearing here. And here it is very clear that in this folder, in this OU, I cannot see this machine. Cloud 01 is not here in this list, which is clear that somehow this account was part of Active Directory, but now it's not. So if it is not there, then what is the solution? The solution is log in with the local admin account and join it back to the Active Directory. So that's the solution for this. So I am going to go into this machine, and here, so this means, so here I'm going to say other user and administrator login. So so the password was password 1, and I think it got reset or something. Account has been disabled. Very good. So this account has been disabled. So now there is no way we can log into the machine because the local account is disabled and the administrator account we cannot log in. Okay, so what is the solution in this case? The solution is unjoin it from network and then rejoin it with the domain. So let's see once it comes back. In the meantime, I'm going to start my other client as well. Okay, so now since so this is starting up, actually it's logged in now. So that machine is logged in with administrator account, and so in this case I am going to go to first of all system properties. Remember that where we can change from work group to domain. uh, so for that, so this other machine is on as well. So let's see on this other machine if I'm able to log in with Ali Khan. So this other machine, because I can see that this computer is here. This computer. So guys, whenever you need to troubleshoot Active Directory or a computer account, always under the domain go to computers OU. All the computers that are part of Active Directory should be here. So I can see this cloud CL client 02 is here, which is this one. So with this machine, this seems to have no problem, and I should be able to log in with Ali Khan user. So A Khan, and here username, and here make sure that sign in is domain, or otherwise just to make sure that it is logging into the domain, we can use 360 Cloud A Khan. So this one should be able to log in because there is no problem with the user or the computer or the domain. So I'm logging into this one. Now we still need to fix client 01 problem, and the client 01 problem is that the computer account doesn't exist in Active Directory. So as an Active Directory admin, this is your responsibility. So you try to, I mean, in this case, you got a call from this user saying that, I'm getting this error message, and the error message is clearly saying that the security database does not have this computer account. And as an Active Directory admin, because the user doesn't have access to Active Directory, you went back to Active Directory, you opened users and computers, and within computer, you cannot see this account name. Now, the only way to fix it, actually, there are other ways to fix that as well from the command line. You can run few commands and then you can fix it. But the easiest way to fix this, log in with local administrator and then go to the computer properties and unjoin and join it back to Active Directory. So, so your objective is to bring that machine in this list. And how do you bring that in this list? There are two ways to do that. Number one is that I can right click on this and I can create a new computer object here. So I can create a computer object with exactly this name, and then I'll have to run a command on this machine and then it will be joined. But that's a kind of a hard way to do it. But the easiest way to do it is just this. So on the same computer, I'll go to properties, and within properties, I will go to here. So here it's showing me that it is part of a domain. I will change it to work group. So we'll just go to change settings and I will change that to, let's say, ABC. Type anything in the work group, it will restart. Okay, it's saying that this name exists somewhere in Active Directory. Okay, so first of all, change it to work group, and then we are going to change it back, join it back to Active Directory.
I have a question, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, so like we made two domain controllers. So domain controllers won't show here. They will be shown in they will be shown in a domain controller, and the computers only will be shown there.
Exactly. So the question is about that's in this computers OU, can we only see normal computers? And where are the domain controller? Domain controllers will always be in this OU. So in my
Domain.
case, I have only one domain controller. I can see it here.
Okay.
But sir, this is regarding the users, right? What about the hardware? Like if a company is using 5 tablets and they are all connected on the network, how we give permission to the hardware?
So first of all, I mean, when whatever you see in Active Directory, right? This is information for all of the Windows machines. Okay, so if the tablet has Windows operating system, which is Windows CE or Windows 10, nowadays tablets are installed with Windows 10, and if
Or
they are
8.1, yeah.
yeah, if they are joined to the domain, then you should see the tablets here as well, all of the tablets.
Okay, then what is the function of updating MAC address here?
No function. MAC address has nothing to do with the Active Directory.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, so MAC address will be used in DHCP or maybe on the network side, but Active Directory is only to do with the operating system. Okay. So here, so on this machine, yeah, this is restarting. So this, as soon as this machine restarts, then we will come back. So now we need to understand the purpose of OUs. What is the purpose of OUs? So purpose of OUs is to structure your information inside Active Directory. So inside here, we need to properly structure the information. Now, if we can try to see structure of other Active Directory, so other companies Active Directory, let's see. So now what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand OU structure. So OU structure is something like, so OU structure is Let's look at this here. So here you can see that this is Active Directory structure, and within Active Directory there is one OU for HR department OU, then IT department OU, then managers department OU, and then sales department OU. And then under HR department there is HR computers and HR users, and in under IT department IT computers and IT users. So the main purpose of OU is just to structure the number of objects within your organization. I mean, if you don't structure, then what happens? Is it mandatory to structure Active Directory objects? No, it's not. I mean, in your company, it's all up to you that you want to keep all of the computers and OUs and all the users within one location. It's all up to you. I mean, you can create your company OU name and then have all the computer instead of this structure. You can have them all in one OU. Then what is the problem? The problem is that all of these departments have different type of policies. So HR department might have a different computer security policy applied to their computers and users, and IT department will have other type of policy. Then you won't be able to divide them in different policies. And this is exactly the same reason that insurance policies, when we try to get an insurance policy or auto policy, they divide all of us in different groups. So there are people with comprehensive policy and they have different features. I mean, why can't they just have just one policy for everyone? Because their different policies have different features and different pricing. This is exactly the same purpose why we have OUs in Active Directory. OUs are in Active Directory so that we can divide different people according to their roles within the organization. So let's have that here. So let's have it here. What is the purpose of OUs? So, I mean, before OU, what have we understood so far about Active Directory? One more time. So here, right here, I'm going to write here, Active Directory is used for authentication. Okay, I'm just going to write auth for authentication, number one. And for Active Directory, we need to have a server. You cannot install Active Directory on a Windows 10 machine. Can you install Active Directory? No, you cannot. Number one. Number two, number two, Active Directory, and the role that needs to be installed for Active Directory is known as ADDS role. What is the role name that is used for DHCP? Just a DHCP role. What is the role name of DNS? It's just a DNS role. So in this case, we need to install Active Directory domain services. And then we saw the structure of Active Directory so far. So the structure of Active Directory can be divided into logical and physical. And logical structure contains forest, domain, and forest, tree, domain, and then what is and then the objects, OUs and objects. Logical has forest, tree, domain, and OU and objects. And then physical structure has servers and sites. Okay, and what else do we know about Active Directory now? So structure is divided into this. We need a role, we need a server, then we need to have Active Directory's authentication. Next thing is recommendation is 2 DCs at least. 2 DCs at least. Next thing that we know that each city city is equal to 1 DC. So each city or each branch office should have 1 DC. Guys, I'm just summarizing everything that we have learned so far. So 2 DCs minimum. So I'm going to say minimum in a network. And then each city, there has to be 1 DC. Number 2, all DCs replicate everything. All DCs, DC full replication each other. So here I'm going to say full copy of each other. All DCs are full copy of each other, and this happens automatically. And then we discussed the OU structure. So now we are at OU level. So OU stands for organizational unit. Yes, please go ahead.
So, sir, the main domain controller, is there any difference in the authorities and other permissions things? Like if there are maybe 10 domain controllers, but is there any difference between the first one and the rest of the 9? Like
yes. So the
the
first
one,
domain controller has some special roles. Very good question. Yes. And I am going to go to that as well. So it's a very good question. Is the first domain controller different from all other domain controllers? So the answer is yes. The first domain controller is special, and it has some special roles. Okay, and I'm gonna go to that. So I'm gonna park that question here. I'm gonna say first DC. So this is actually the next topic. So organizational units are used to organize. So just remember with the word organizational unit. So this is used to organize. This is used to organize objects in Active Directory. Okay, now how do you organize objects in Active Directory? When it comes to OUs, guys, you can organize objects, organize by departments. You can organize by location. You can organize by department. You can organize by role, the job role. So job role. So you can organize in all these different types. So for example, if you organize by location, then you will create like your first OU will be your city name, in this case Toronto, and then the second will be your second city, New York, and the third OU will be Sydney. And when you go by department, then it will be you can further divide them by department. So the first department will be, let's say, HR department, and then second will be IT, and the third will be let's say marketing. And by job role, it can be normal users or the managers. So the job role can be, let's say one OU can be for IT managers or just the managers. And the second is normal users. Okay, so OUs can be organized in any different on any with I mean based on your own architecture design. Now the question is, do you ever have to create these OU structure within the organization? Yes, you will have to create OUs within organization, but then you don't have to design them. They already have their set design, and they will give you just the OU. They will just give you the information that just go and create one OU for us in Active Directory. So you just have to go there and create OU inside Active Directory. Designing is already there. It's already designed. You don't have to change the design. You just have to follow the design. So now in our Active Directory, we'll create 3 OU. So I already created our Toronto OU. Now I'm going to create a New York OU and Sydney OU. So let's go to our Active Directory, everyone. I already created a Toronto OU. I'm going to create 2 more OUs here. One OU is, so going to new, and let's quickly create an OU called New York, and another OU called guys. I would highly recommend create these OUs with me. You have already worked on this, so I think this should be very quick. So the next one is Sydney. Then within Sydney, within these OUs, we are going to create another layer of OUs, which is manager, users, and computers. So in our case, we are creating OU location based, and then the role based. So here I'm going to create another OU within Toronto OU called managers. And on the Toronto level, on the city level, I'm going to create another OU called users. And guys, this OU structure is you must create this OU structure because we will be creating group policies on them. So the next one is computers. So please create the 3 OUs in all of them. Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, what I would suggest that uncheck this protect container from accidental deletion, because if an OU basically creates an error, then it's too difficult to delete that organizational unit.
That's fine. That I mean, we can. I mean, your suggestion is good, but you know, the main purpose of this is for this OU to be protected. Okay, so which means that by default I leave it as is. But if you have to make any changes to the OU and you need to move it somewhere, so there has to be that strong reason why are you moving it from one place to another. Then I mean, so this is why this protection is. Then we know that you need to enable the advanced features, then unprotected, and then move it. So that makes sense that it needs to be enabled. We should not disable it.
Okay, all right, got it. Thank
So
you.
we'll just go by the book here and just keep it protected. But if you need to change anything, if you need to, you know that there is those steps that you need to unprotect and move or delete them.
So, like, if you can tell, I skipped that thing. Where is that option to unprotect?
Yes, I will show you. Okay. So which means that you already made a mistake. Okay. Okay. So for that, you need to go to first. First, you need to go to view. Then you need to enable advanced feature. So once you enable the advanced feature, then you can go to, let's say I'm going under this and I need to move this somewhere, this user somewhere. Then I can right click on this, go to properties, and within going to properties, go to object, and here you can unprotect this. So once it is unprotected, then you can either delete it, you can move it somewhere, you can do everything.
All right, thank you.
So currently I have 3 OUs, everyone. I have Toronto OU, I have Sydney OU, I have New York OU. Within New York OU, I have three other OUs, and Sydney, I'm going to create the 3 managers, users, and computers. Guys, we need to have it here, all of them, so that we can run group policies on them. So managers. Users. So guys, please take 5 minutes and create this OU structure. Let me know in the chat window if it is created. Okay, thank you, Ashish. Thank you, Wasim. And okay, Alamgir, thank you. Zishan. Okay, very good. Thank you, Zishan. And I think rest of you are doing it. So the three OU structures are ready here. Now, within the OU structure, what we'll do, we'll create one user in each one of them. So in New York, we will create one user. And let's make it here. So I'm going to type that in. So we need to create exactly the same name user so that our policies will be applied to same user so that it will be easier for us to troubleshoot. So I'll give you usernames here. So create a user called Don Carlos. So I'm just coming up with different names here in New York and in Sydney. Create in the user OU, everyone. Just create in the user OU. Do not create it directly in the Sydney or the city OU. Please create the user in the users OU. Somebody is sleeping. Is somebody sleeping?
Yeah. Did you hear that?
Yeah, man. It was
Yes.
it was the real
I think
snore.
The longest time I'm like, it's my dog, but like, I'm like, nah, man, that's actually coming from the speaker for sure. Like,
Yeah, for sure somebody's sleeping.
Oh man, my lecture is so boring. If somebody is sleeping, or it's like a lullaby for someone. Okay.
Sorry, sir, forgot. What were the names?
It's in the chat window.
Alamgir bhai was
Oh,
sleeping,
sorry.
sir. Dekha?
Nahi, Baijan.
No, he's not. He's not. He's very active. Okay. So, yeah, sometimes I know that it's night time for all of you, and you might have worked all day, and then, it's natural. Um,
Should be like 2 hours class, not 4 hours. Too much.
I love to have it 2 hours class, but we need to kind of we need to work on this to become successful. I mean,
Sure, inshallah.
so for that reason, okay, Human is asking what is the difference between domain and forest? Yes, so I'm going to come back to that question. Okay, so let me give you the third user first, and the third user for Toronto, we need Mike. So third user, so I'm going to create these three users. So Human, the difference between a domain and forest, domain is, so all three are logical layers. So Human, if you're listening right here, I explained that before. If we can go back to the slide here. So here, Human, you said what is the difference between domain and forest? I mean, all three are security layers. So first of all, so you cannot see the forest anywhere. You cannot see a tree anywhere, but we only work on a domain. So we are directly working on a domain. I mean, this you can take it as if let's say if a president is traveling from one place to another, you don't see the security other security around the president. I mean, there is those special services that are around, but we don't see them. Ashish, Asher, yes, John, Mike Smith will be fine. So instead of just Mike, very good. So here, going back to your question, Human, so since there are many types of security around the president when they travel from one place to another, this is exactly the same case of forest and tree. We don't see it, but that security is present around the domain. So the very first, it starts from forestry domain and then a domain controller. So that's the one big difference between a forest and a domain. And Naveed, that's a good suggestion, but I think Mike and Heather, it doesn't rhyme up. It doesn't. It seems like two different world apart. Yeah, that other Heather would be fine. Yeah, Heat, Heather. Okay, so since we have created the OU structure, since we have created OU structure, Neil, Nitin, Mukesh, wow, what a name. Yeah, so right here, what we need to do is, so we now do understand organizational unit, guys. We'll be using these organizational unit with group policy. So we need to create them exactly in the same manner. So I'm now I'm going to create now my users here. So in New York, I need to create Don Carlos. So here I'm going to go to users, just make sure. And if you have created them, please take a picture and share it with me in the WhatsApp, just the OU structure. And the password, we are going to keep it simple, the same password. So first user created for me, and the second user is D Hanks, and the third user Mike Smith. So Mike Smith user is created. And thank you for sharing your screenshots, Alamgir, Wasim, and Zishan, Naveed, thank you. Okay, so now we have user accounts. Now we have password. This is Active Directory. Within Active Directory, we have created one Active Directory. Now I'll try to log into my client number 2 with Mike Smith. So in Toronto office, in Mike Smith, will be logging into client number 2. So here, first of all, I'm gonna go to client 2 and try to see here who is logged in. So right here, I can see there is Ali Khan logged in on this client, and I'm gonna just log off. So sign out and log in with Mike Smith on client number 2. And on client number 1, we were fixing that issue. So remember that we were fixing that issue on client number 1. So the once it logs in, then we can fix the issue. So now this is fine. Now the second thing that we need to do, since our OU structure is ready, and in OU we have 3 users, and I just wanted to see that one of the users can log in to client 2. So I'm going to say other user, and other user is domain name 360 cloud, 360 cloud slash Mike Smith, and log in. So Mike Smith is able to log into our network. So which means that our Active Directory is working fine and user is able to log in. So the next thing that now what we need to understand is so the next thing is now the few things that we need to understand in Active Directory. So Active Directory, in Active Directory, there is something called partitions in Active Directory. So Active Directory Active Directory stores all this information. Active Directory stores users, computers, groups. So Active Directory stores users, computers, groups, group permissions, etc. So Active Directory stores all this information. Now the big question is, where does it store all this information? So where is information stored? So information is stored in partitions in Active Directory. Information is stored, where is information stored? So all the information is stored in partitions. Partition. Now there are 5 partitions in Active Directory. 5 partitions in AD. So what are the 5 partitions in AD? Guys, this is required. This information is required. This information is required for interview purposes. There is no practical application of this information, but this is mostly required for interview purposes. How many partitions are in Active Directory? Active Directory has 5 partitions. So those 5 partition, they store different type of information. So I'm just gonna go here, change to image. So let me take this picture and put it in the notes. So I'm going to copy this right here. And these are the 5 partitions of Active Directory. So 5 partitions of Active Directory. Put it in the second slide right here. So these are the 5 partitions of Active Directory where information is stored. Now, why? So why there are 5 partitions? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this
Four.
is not the right image. Okay, hold on. Mhm. Mhm. So the five partitions are schema partition, configuration partition, domain partition, application partition, and global catalog partition. Okay. So these are five partitions of Active Directory. Schema, configuration, domain, application. Domain, DNS. So what is in these partition? Number one, domain partition. It has all the objects in the directory for the domain replicated to all domain controllers. Configuration has configuration information of Active Directory replicated to all domain controllers. Schema has all object types and their attributes that can create Active Directory. And application has all specific application data within Active Directory. So let's try to, I'm just trying to get the, because all of these pictures have the same information. I'm just trying to get a simple that you can remember for interview purposes. What?
So you must have dumps for the entry purpose too.
Uh, I must have learned for the interview purpose.
No, dumps.
Okay. Okay, so everyone, it's right here. So schema is so there are five partitions in Active Directory. Now, why there is five partitions in Active Directory? Because we store information in Active Directory. Now, having look at the Active Directory right here. So if I go to my server, within this server, there is all this information is stored. So far we understand of Active Directory is that you can log into the client and the client sends the username and password to Active Directory and Active Directory matches this username and password right here, and then user will be able to log in. So on this second screen now Mike is logged in. First of all, where do you know that if Mike is logged in? You can go to start, and within start you can go to users here, and within user it will show you Mike Smith is logged in. So this is how the Active Directory. But where is all this information stored in Active Directory? This is stored in five partitions, which is essentially these partitions. This picture is fine as well, but these are the main five partitions. Number one is known as schema partition. Second one is configuration partition. Third is domain partition. Fourth is DNS or application partition. And third is global catalog partition, or this is also known as pass partition, which is this is partial information set, but I will explain that in a moment. So having said that, all this information is stored in five partitions. Now, how much information do you need to remember about this for interviews? You need to remember that How many partitions? What do you know about partitions in Active Directory? So your answer is there are five partitions. So five partitions are schema partition, configuration partition, domain partition, DNS partition. So the very first question is that why is there partitions in Active Directory? I mean, this could have been just one big database of information. This could have been Active Directory could have been just one big database of information, but this is to better organize information inside Active Directory. So so is there anything in the real environment, in the real life, that we know of? Yes, every day we sort our information in different files. So at home, we have one file for certificates, right? One file for our certificates, then there is one file for our immigration documents. So one file for immigration document, and then there might be that very 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 old file that is for your marriage certificate, your marriage information. I mean, okay, so for me it's very 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 old, but for you might be a brand new file for you. Look, I don't even remember the spelling of marriage. It's that old. Okay. So, anyways, guys, here I just wanted to give you an idea that why is Active Directory divided into these partitions. The reason is that just it's the same reason why we have different files in our at home. We try to keep all the information separate so that we can easily take out that information whenever it is required. Let's say immigration department calls you, you have a separate file and separate folder at home. You can just directly take that folder out and you can take it to immigration. You have certificate, you're going for a job interview, you can take this file and take it. So this is exactly the very reason why these partitions are in Active Directory. So this is known as Active Directory. So this is known as Active Directory, and the file in which Active Directory stores all this information is known as ntds.dit. This is DIT stands for directory. DIT stands for directory, and NTDS stands for New Technology Directory Service. So the file in which all this information is stored is known as ntds.dit, and this file is divided into five partitions. And the reason why is it five partition? Because all these partitions are used on different levels. So first of all, schema partition. Remember that schema, we talked about the schema is most sensitive information. Schema is most sensitive information. And this is the basically, it contains the structure of Active Directory. So it contains the structure of AD. So we do not make any changes to schema partition. Active Directory automatically manages schema unless it is it is absolutely required. We make change. We open schema and make changes. Now, in my 20 years of career in IT, how many times I've seen schema open? None. None of the time I've worked on Active Directory right from first version to the latest version now, 2019, but I've never seen schema open, because schema, we don't make any changes. But then your question is, so if there is schema and there is a way to open and make changes to schema, then there must be something that is required to open schema. Yes. So at one time there was one organization, they wanted to add employee IDs, employee picture within the Active Directory properties. So they were asking for that once we go into Active Directory, and if I double click on John Mike Smith, there should be a picture displayed here in the employees here in these properties. So that required the change in schema. And everything here you see, this is all based on schema. So for example, in schema it is defined that there will be a street address and it has this box, this big box for street address, then PO box, this type of box will be there. For city there will be this type of box, and for country, the people can choose from this country. So this complete structure and this complete architecture of Active Directory inside. This is all stored in the schema. And now you can see that, let's say a small slight change, a small slight mistake in the schema can cause disruption in the incomplete Active Directory, because these are the attributes used by all of the usernames. So if one property is disturbed, then that can reflect that will be reflected on all users. Yes, Ashish, you may ask a question.
So authentication, like logging in and stuff like that, like how you come in and you have to punch in and stuff like that. And companies, can it be configured through here as well, or
Yes. So all that authentication is configured through Active Directory. Yes.
so
So
is it like an add-on program that you have to get, or like does Microsoft just have something like that in the schema master?
so your question is about when the user needs to log in, uh, where
Like
is
like
that
how high
configured?
level companies like when you need extra security, so they do like a print scan or like an eye scan or something like that, right?
Oh, that. Okay. So yeah, Active Directory will only provide username and password authentication. On top of that, if there is a thumb scan, or there is retina scan, which is eye scan, or there is facial login, for those they'll have to go for third party applications. So Active Directory has nothing like those type of securities.
So could it be done on the cloud
So those are done by third-party applications.
again? Okay.
In the cloud, even in the cloud, you don't have. I mean, in the cloud, you have two types of authentication. Only the multi-factor authentication,
Right.
which is that authenticator
Yeah,
application.
yeah.
But other than that, those special type of logins, thumb impression,
Right.
facial, retina is doesn't exist in Active Directory.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. As I can see, like Mike Smith at 360cloud.local. Basically, Mike Smith is at like a domain, is on domain, address at 360cloud.local. So why we sign in by like Mike Smith slash like cloud.local?
Okay, so your question is that why are we using 360 Cloud slash Mike Smith to log in?
Yeah, but if we log in at 360cloud.local, we are not logging in by like a domain.
No, we are logging into a domain. We are logging into a domain. So let's say if I'm on this client, and if I log in without 360.local, so you're asking what is the difference between when I log in without
Yes.
dot 63 and with 360? What's the difference?
Yes, sir. Like
So yes.
normally when we were
No, sir. I
logging
understood.
in,
I,
give me 1 second, sir.
sir, I'll
When
tell you. I have also sorry, Bhatti bhai. I have logged in. So he means to say that we can also like Mike Smith at the rate canfs.local.
yeah,
We can log in with
so
this as well,
that means he is
right?
logging in into the domain, right? So why we need to log in by like Mike Mike slash
I
canfs.local?
get it. Okay, I get it. So yes, so we can log in both ways. We can log in like this, Mike M Smith at the rate 360 domain.local. That's one way of logging in. Or you can also log in by 360 cloud slash M Smith. Okay, so now your question is that why I am keep on saying that log in with this method and not with this method, right?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that your question, right?
Yeah.
So yes, so most of the time on the domain we log in with this method. We don't log in with this method because this was newly introduced few years back, not few years back, actually 7 8 years back with server 2012, and we were already used to throughout the world people are already used to log in with this method of login, and when this method was introduced, people used to confuse it with the email address. with their email address, because with the email address we log in with this at rate the domain name, and then you can log into the email address. So then people used to confuse between the email and the domain login. So for that reason, when you log into a computer, it is advised to use this method, although this method will work too. So if you have a clear understanding of both of them, then it's okay whichever way you want to log in, but you can log in both ways. Okay. So so here on the server 2, what we were going to, yes, schema. So there are 5 partitions to remember, guys. Why there are different partitions? Because it is exactly different type of information. The first one is schema. Schema has the structure of Active Directory, number 1, and number 2, what is in the configuration partition? It contains the configuration of Active Directory, the configuration, how many servers are there. So this contains the configuration has the information, and if I go back to that slide, it has the definition as well. So here schema contains definition and rules for creating, manipulating all the objects and attributes. Configuration contains information about Active Directory structure, meaning how many OUs are there, what are the OUs name and all that. And then the domain partition is contains the information of about domain specific objects created in Active Directory, and application has contained application data, which is how many forests are there, how many domains are there. So that information is there in Active Directory. Now, how much information do we need to remember about this? We just need to remember that there are 5 partitions, and 5 partitions are schema, configuration, and domain. And then there is DNS and pass partition. So there are 5 partitions in Active Directory.
Anand bhai, what about the global catalog? Because the application, it contains information about forest and trees. But what about global catalog? What does it contain?
So global catalog is this last partition. This partition is also known as global catalog. It is the global catalog. So it is known as the global catalog. Global catalog contains a partial information of every domain, partial information of every domain. So this is PA stands for partial information of every other domain in this directory. And I'm going to explain global catalog when we are at multi-domain concept. So we are about to jump to multi-domain. Why do your company needs to have multiple domains in your organization? Then we will better understand global catalog. So global catalog has the information for other domains. Whereas these 4 partitions have information for your own domain. So this is for your own domain information, your own domain information, whereas global catalog have information for other domains in your environment. So since your domain needs to connect to other domains as well, so this is why your domain needs to have some information of other domain as well. So that last partition contains the information from other domains. So this is why this global catalog means partial attribute set. Partial attribute set means that it has information for other domains. So just like 3 partitions, there are 3 operational roles in Active Directory. So guys, 3 operational roles in Active Directory.
Sorry, Tanvi, let me get back to that. All these 5
Yes, sir.
partitions, this is the whole information of the Active Directory, which is saved in ntds.dit.
Yes.
Is that correct?
All
Okay.
the information is stored in ntds.dit. Yes. There are 5 operational roles in Active Directory. 5 operational roles. So 5 partitions and 5 operational roles in Active Directory. So 5 operational roles are exactly like that. In a large company, you have one CEO and there are 5 VPs maybe. There may be 5 directors under a CEO. So there are 5 operational roles in Active Directory, and 5 operational roles are these. So roles in Active Directory. So right here, these are 5 operational roles. These are also known as FISMO roles. Number 1, schema master. Number 2, domain naming master. And number 3, RID master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master. So these are 5 operational roles in Active Directory. Now, what is the difference between partitions and operational role? Partition stores just information, and operational roles perform actions. So operational roles perform actions, whereas the operational roles perform action, whereas partition stores information. So here, let me just put it. So these are 5 operational roles in Active Directory. Now, 5 operational roles. Number 1, to start with, we just need to remember that there is schema master. Schema master role is the only one that can make changes to schema. Schema master is the only one who can make changes to schema. So can make change. If you ever need to make changes to schema, first of all, we shouldn't make any change to schema. If you ever need to make change to schema, we need to be on that server that has the schema master role. Can make change to schema. So that's the only, first of all, Active Directory has 5 operational roles. It is assigned to a server, to the first server. The first server that we install has all the 5 roles. So, and here I should say the first server.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
In the last lecture, you said you cannot install 5 FISMO roles in one server because they can corrupt. So you have to install in 2 or 3 servers.
Yes, very good remembering. Very good remembering. Excellent. Yes. So here I'm saying that the first server that we install, it has all the 5 roles. And once we install the second server, then we will divide the roles among other servers. But the very first time when you install Active Directory, all the 5 roles are with the first server. But it is recommendation from Microsoft that you need to move those roles on other domain controllers. Why? If your one DC goes down, then all these roles are down. Then all the roles are down, meaning Active Directory won't work. So very good remembering, Alamgir. You remembered it correctly. That the best practice is that move the roles from that one first server to the other domain controllers, so that they can be safe. If one server goes down, only one role will go down. The other roles are still working. Okay, so what are the 5 operational roles? So first of all, the first server has the 5 role. When we install a new Active Directory, the first server has the 5 role. The best practice is to move the roles or divide the role among other domain controllers. Now here we need to remember the first role is schema master role. Second role is domain naming master. Guys, please take notes. I know that you all might be tired at this point, but please just bear with me for another 40 minutes or half an hour. And this is very important information. So here, RID master, and then PDC emulator, and then infrastructure master. So these are the 5 roles that are assigned to 2 different domain controllers. Okay. Now the important thing that we need to remember is that all these different roles, all these different roles are, so all of these So all of these different roles are basically they have different functions. You can remember them exactly in the same manner that there is a CEO in the organization, and CEO can do everything within the company. But why would he hire different directors or different VPs under CEO so that they can be responsible for their own department? So this is exactly what FISMO roles are. So if somebody needs to make changes to schema, you need to be on that schema server, schema master role, and then you can only make changes to schema. And then a domain naming master is another role. This is to add domain controllers or add more domain controllers within the network. So here I can say this is to add remove domain controllers, add remove DCs, domain controllers. So let's say if this role is not present, you cannot add or remove domain controllers. What about read master? Read master is relative identifier. So this role is used to do what? This relative identifier will be used. Relative identifier will be used to provide relationship between objects. So this is relationship between objects. So excellent. Naveed is sharing all the information here.
Any example for this one, sir? Read master?
Yeah, read master role, relationship between user and groups. Okay, like in WhatsApp we have a group for our class, right? So we have a relationship with that group. I mean, you might be part of other groups as well, but who is making sure that right users are in right groups? That is read master in Active Directory. So for administrator, there should only be that person who is the administrator, and for the help desk there should be other people. So the example for read master is users and groups. And then PDC emulator, and PDC emulator will take care of the password changes or security changes. Password changes or security changes.
So basically, sir, sorry for cutting into. Uh, Basically, in the users, there's a groups too, right? So it's basically a relationship between that group and the user.
Which one, read master?
Yes, in the Active Directory, users and computers, there's a you see, when you go to the organization units, there's
Right.
one groups, one computer, then organization units like this, So
Yes. So read master role will take care of all the relationship between all objects.
okay, all objects, not
All
just
objects,
groups,
not
right?
just users and group, but all the objects which so if this user account, let's say David Hanks is in this user OU, now it is now part of the read master, that this user exists in this OU, and this OU is in Sydney OU is in your domain. So that's all of the relationship.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's good. And then the last one is the infrastructure master. Infrastructure master is responsible for overall so overall all the domain. So infrastructure master, how many domain controllers are there and how many forests are there and all that information. But guys, do you need to remember? You don't need to remember a huge big detail in this, but in interviews, what you need to remember is two things about this slide. Number one, there are 5 operational master role. So there are 5 operational master role, which is schema master, domain naming master, read master, PDC, and infrastructure master, number one. And number two is that only 2 of the roles are forest wide role and 3 of the roles are domain wide role. So which means that first of all, let's first understand this concept that let's say if you, as soon as we install the first domain controller. So first of all, these operational master roles are known as SFSMO. FSMO stands for flexible single master operation. So flexible single master operation. So flexible single master operation. So they are known as FSMO roles. So the interview question will be, what do you know about FSMO roles in Active Directory? And FSMO roles in Active Directory are 5 roles. How many roles? 5 roles. So there are 5 roles in Active Directory. So number 1 is schema. Schema, मेरा मतलब schema and domain. Next one, read. PDC and infrastructure. So these are 5 roles. So one thing to remember is this. So, and this is for interview specific information. How many FSMO roles are there? There are 5 FSMO roles available. All of the roles have different purpose. Now, once the very first server is installed, it has all of the 5 roles. Okay, so now we are trying to understand the application of this. So once you install the first domain controller, and how do you install the first domain controller, everyone? First of all, you need to install server 2016, and you will add a role called ADDS role. As soon as you install the ADDS role, all the 5 operational FSMO roles are added to this server. So this server has all the 5 roles. It is a schema master, it is a domain naming master, it is a read master, it is a PDC emulator, and this one server is everything. So what is the best practice? So here, what is the best practice according to Microsoft and for the interview question? The best practices that have at least 2 or 3 more server, or in a large environment, it's easy that you have many domain controllers. Now, why would you have many domain controllers? Because if the first of all, it is recommended that in your headquarter, you should have at least 2 domain controllers. So if we can go by our architecture, we have Toronto, our city, which is the headquarter of our company, and we have New York branch. We also have Sydney branch. So 3 branches, they are all connected. So first of all, our first recommendation is that have at least 2 domain controller in the main branch, right guys? So the first one is at least 2 domain controller. And what is the second recommendation for domain controllers? What is the second recommendation for domain controllers based on this architecture?
Sir, every city or having their own domain.
Excellent. Every city or branch has to have their own domain controller. So not domain, Zishan, your understanding is correct,
Yeah.
but it's just a domain controller. Domain will
Yeah,
be
sir.
the same for all of them. Okay, so that's fine.
It means sir, I mean the domain controller, sir.
Yes, excellent.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
each city and branch should have their own domain controller, right? And why do we need to have a domain controller for each branch and city? So that users can log into the local domain in a fast manner. So now the third recommendation is always divide these FSMO roles to all the other domain controllers. Okay, not specific to maybe probably other cities, but they should stay in the headquarter. They all should stay in the headquarter. And for that reason, I will install a third domain controller since it is a big. So I will install a third domain controller right here, and they divide these FSMO roles among others. So now it becomes, so the first domain controller had all of the 5 roles. What I will do is that now schema master, So SM, schema master, which is this role, schema master role, and this is domain naming master role. So this is domain naming master role. This is RID master. So M is just stands for master. This is PDC emulator. This is infrastructure master. This is
Sir, I have a question here.
yes, please go ahead.
Two questions. Is there any recommendation that which role should go in the main branch and to the other cities? And second question,
Yes, go ahead.
like if one of the role or two of the roles get corrupted, so who will fix them? Like software engineers or the admin?
Very good question. So first of all, the first question is that how many roles should be sent to other cities and how many roles stays in the headquarter. So the answer to this is that all the roles should stay in the headquarter. We don't send all of these roles to other cities. So other cities, they only have domain controllers. So they will be simple domain controller. And what is a simple domain controller? All the domain controllers have users and passwords, right? So these will be simple domain controller. We don't send any roles to any other cities. We need to have them in our headquarter. So that's the answer to the first question. And second question is that if the role is corrupted, who will fix them? It is us. We as system admin, system engineer, we need to fix them if the role is corrupted. Now, what can you do if the role is corrupted? If the role is corrupted, the only thing you can do is to restore it from the backup. That we need to back up all these servers every night. So every day they are backed up. Let's say if they are corrupted now, I can restore it from yesterday's backup. That's the only thing that you can do to fix these roles. Now, guys, this is how the division will be. So first of all, remember that when you install the first domain controller, it has all the 5 roles. But then in the headquarter, we install 3 domain controllers, and schema master and domain naming master will be on the first domain controller, and PDC emulator will be on the second domain controller, and RID master and infrastructure master will be on the third domain controller. Now, there is no, there is no hard and fast rule that how do you divide them. It is all companies' own design and planning. You can keep the first 2 roles here and all of the other 3 roles on the second domain controller. That will be fine as well. But in a large environment, in a large environment like a large telecom company, which is Rogers, large hospital, like maybe so there are many hospitals throughout the world, large hospital, large airport, where you have a large infrastructure. We keep each role in each domain controller. So in the headquarter, we will have 5 domain controller, and each one of them will have 1 role on the domain controller. Okay, so going back to again our understanding, there are 5 FISMO roles and there are 5 partitions. But the main purpose of a partition is just to organize or hold all that information. So here, if we go back to partition in this, so if I go back to partition, there are 5 partitions in this. And how do you remember the partitions? It is exactly, you can remember this in this manner, that at home we keep different filers for our different type of information. This is exactly the same case in Active Directory. Different information is stored in different partitions, just to easily organize that information. Okay, and the second thing is there are 5 FISMO roles. There are 5 partitions and 5 FISMO roles. 5 FISMO roles have different actions, just like 5 VPs in your organization. There is a VP for IT, only responsible for IT department of your company. There is a VP for HR. HR VP is only responsible for HR functionality in your company. This is exactly the same case of schema master is only responsible for making changes to schema, and schema master is not responsible for user creation. User creation is domain naming master is responsible for user creation, computer creation, and all. And RID master is not responsible for schema. I mean, if you need to change to schema, if you're on RID master. So by this, what I mean, let's say you want to make changes to schema. and you are logged into this domain controller, you cannot make changes to schema because this is not a schema master. Now with this, I wanted you to have that understanding. You can only make changes to schema if you're logged into this server, the first server that has the schema master role. You can only make changes to PDC emulator if you're logged into this domain controller. So you cannot make changes to PDC emulator if you're logged into this. So that's a simple understanding. Now I will show you where these roles are within Active Directory. So just like we said, that the first server has all of the 5 roles. So this is our first server, and on my second server, I don't have any Active Directory. So if I go to my first server, and if I right click on this in Active Directory users and computers, guys, we are about to see the operation master role. If I right click on this, and here it says operational master role. So operations master role, and when we click on operation master role, here it is showing me 3 roles: RAID master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master. And these all roles, who is the owner of the role? The first server. 360 Cloud Serve 01, which is the first server. And who's the owner of PDC emulator? It is the first server. Who's the owner for infrastructure? It's the first server. Now, how do you change it to? How do you move it to the other server? Just click change. And if you have a second domain controller, if I click on this, it's saying the current domain controller is the operation master. To transfer the operation master role to another, you must first connect to it. So this is simply saying that if you need to change it, you need to go to the second server and then change it. Now, if I go to my second server, first of all, on this second server, I don't have Active Directory. If you don't have Active Directory, that server cannot become an operational master role. So how do I know that if this is not an Active Directory server? So first of all, I don't see ADDS role here. ADDS role is not here. And secondly, if I go to tools, I don't see any of the Active Directory tools here. Remember that I said that on the server that is Active Directory, it has the 5 Active Directory roles. So if I go to this server, and if I go to server manager, here I see these 5 roles. If you see them on any server, it means that it is an Active Directory server, or there are admin tools installed that on that server. So if you need to know if some server is an Active Directory server, always have a look at this on this in server manager. It shows that this is an Active Directory server, but my second server is not an Active Directory server. Since the second server is not an Active Directory server, I cannot move operational master role to my second server. So in order to have the server to divide the role, it must be an Active Directory server. Okay, everyone, please type yes in the chat window. How many people are present in this training? And let's see.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please.
I have to sorry. I have two Active Directories, right? In 1 and 2, but I still see in both three roles. I don't see any on the other one.
Yes. Okay. Just hold on. So Alamgir, first of all, say this with me. You have 2 domain controllers, 1 Active Directory and 2 domain controllers.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, we all need to, I know that this is a new concept for everyone. So I just want to fix the terminology. So Alamgir, next time when you ask me about this, you need to say that clearly that I have 2 domain controllers, but I don't see the other 3 roles. I can see only 3 roles on both domain controllers. Okay.
Yes.
So we have 1 Active Directory and 2 domain controllers. Okay.
Yeah.
So now let's go into the server. So you're saying that if you go to Active Directory here, and on both of the if you go into Active Directory, on both of the domain controller, you see 3 operational master role. And where are the other 2 roles, right? That's your question.
Yes.
So these three roles, and Alamgir, if you look at both of the domain controllers, you will see both all are pointing to your server number one. So this is your server number one is owner on both of the domain controllers. Can you confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yeah.
So which means when the first time you installed Active Directory, this becomes the server one became the owner of all the 5 roles. Okay. So now the first thing is proved that whenever you install the first server, it is the owner of all the 5 roles, meaning this first server is the owner of schema master, domain naming master, RAID master, PDC, and infrastructure master. Okay, so this is one thing. Secondly, the second thing that we need to remember is that these 3 roles are domain-wide roles. So this is why we can see them here. And schema master is the most critical role. That is why it is not here. Schema master is hidden inside the server. So first of all, it is hidden. We need to bring it. We need to unhide it. Then we can see it. But before that, we can unhide it. Let's see where is domain naming master. So we can see the 3 roles in here in Active Directory. Users and computer is here, and for the other the domain naming master, it is in this tool, Active Directory domains and trust. So open Active Directory domains and trust, everyone.
Sir,
Yes.
I have WhatsApp my screen. Sir, it's showing error in my schema
Okay.
master is showing error, but other one, sorry, operational master is showing error, and the current operation was offline. The role cannot be transferred. Canapps.local. Can you see the
Okay.
WhatsApp, sir?
Yes. I'm looking at your screenshot and
Yeah.
it's loading. So don't move the roles at this point. But let me first. So here the screenshot on the WhatsApp is showing. Oh, it shows
Yes,
error.
yes, sir.
Wow, this is new. I've never seen this bluntness in Active Directory showing error in Operation
Yeah.
Master.
And sir, it took a lot of time to open this screen.
Okay, that is so strange. I've never seen this before. It says error.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 So for this, Zishan, I
Yes,
suggest
sir.
restart all your machines. Restart all your machines and then look at it again. I think this is
Okay.
just because it's just hung somewhere and it's showing you error message.
Okay.
Just restart and see and let me know. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so everyone just look at this. So I will go in, I've opened domains and trust, and what I'm looking for here is the 4th operational master role, and operational master is right here within the properties. If you go to properties here, and within the properties, it should show. So first of all, no, sorry, not in this, in sites and services. So Active Directory sites and services, open Active Directory sites and services, and within Active Directory sites and services, once it is open, oh, it's right here. No, it is still opening. So it's right here within sites and services. If I go to change domain controller, no. Okay, it's right here. Sorry, in the domains and trust, you right click on the name at the top and go to operation master. And this is where the domain naming master is. So domain naming master is the first one. And you can see the domain naming master in here, Active Directory, in the Active Directory. And so the other three roles are in Active Directory users and computer. So in users and computer, you have the other three role. Domain naming master is in the domains and trust and in here, and schema master is hidden. So schema master, in order to unhide schema master, there are few steps to do that. So in order to unhide schema master, which is right here, so I'm gonna go to, I'm just gonna just follow this because there are few steps to be done. So So unhide Active Directory schema master. I mean, so since we don't have to unhide at any point or any time, this is why you don't need to remember the steps, but you need to go through this exercise just once, so that in the interview you can say that it is hidden role and the hidden role needs to be unhide. We need to unhide this and then we can see it. So for example, if I go to this link, how do I change schema master FISMA roles? So let's see if I open this and at the same time, Active Directory schema MMC, transfer this. Okay. And at the same time, I'll open an image. It's just one simple command. So you know, this Bing can never be close to Google search. So
Sir,
yeah, yes, go ahead.
sir, the main domain controller showing the same problem, but the other domain, other Active Directory DC is not showing this issue, this error. It is
Even
showing
after
oh,
restarting?
yes, sir. The
Okay.
second server is fine, but the first server is again showing the same problem.
And it's showing error message. And what is the,
Yeah.
and it's showing, but it's showing the first, so that's strange. So we can try to solve this.
Sir, why the second server, why it's showing the same canaps.local
Uh,
operation master fine?
yes, so because it's part of the same domain and everything is replicated. So there is some issue with your first server, but your Active Directory is fine. There is no problem with the Active Directory. There is only a problem with your first server.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's fine. Just leave it as is for the moment.
Okay.
Okay. Everyone, please note down that where do you see all of the operation master role. So the three roles you can look at the three roles from, you can look at the three roles from Active Directory users and computer, and domain naming master. You need to look at from the domain naming master. Sorry, Active Directory domains and trust. So this is the command. This is the command that will show us the schema master. So I'll copy this command. So in the chat, everyone, we need to try it at least once. So everyone, I'm copying this command and you need to run this command on your first DC. You need to run this command on your first DC. So I'm copying it here and then we will create a MMC and open schema from MMC. Okay. So let's go here. Let's go to, So I've copied that command there. And what we need to do is right here. So in here on the whiteboard, I am going to write here that what are the tools used to see the operation master role. So operation master role, FSMO, FSMO roles can be seen, can be viewed from, guys, we need to remember that. Please keep write it down. First of all, we need to see schema master. Schema master. It is hidden. It's a hidden role. Need to unhide. To unhide. To unhide, we run this command on. So go to the command prompt and run this command called reg serve 32. I'm getting some background noise. Please mute your mic, everyone. Thank you. So this command, as soon as we run, this will unhide schema master. Secondly, domain naming master can be seen from Active Directory domains and trusts. You don't need to hide, it is right there. It can be seen from Active Directory domains and trust tool. Domains and trust. So guys, please remember this. And the third one is RAID master and PDC emulator and infrastructure master. They all can be seen from Active Directory, AD, users and computers. So now I'm going to show you users and computers. So now I am going to show you schema. So we have seen domain naming master, we have seen RAID master and the 3 roles. Now we are going to see schema master. So schema master can be seen from the first server, but it is hidden. But before I run the command, I will show you, where can you see it. In order to see schema master, you need to go to start and then type MMC. Remember that was part of the custom lab. So once you type MMC, it opens this window. Basically, this complete window is known as MMC, Microsoft Management Console. So in here, I will go to add snap-in. And when you try to add snap-in, here you should see schema master. So if I go down, there is no schema master here. There is no schema master here. Why? Because it is hidden. So one more time, you all need to just say on the start MMC. Here on the start, just say MMC, and then this opens. And in this, you should be able to go to add remove snap-in, and here you should see schema master. Since schema master role is hidden, and why is it hidden? Because it's a very sensitive, critical service of Active Directory. No one, Microsoft doesn't want you to go inside and make any changes to that, because you can lose everything in Active Directory if you make a wrong change. So now since it is not here, so let me first run the command and then come back to this again. In order to run a command, you need to open command prompt. So you just need to open a command prompt, everyone. And once you open a command prompt, in this type this command. So we need to type the command that I copied in the chat. So I'll copy this, right click here, and it is copied. And as soon as you run this command, this message will appear. It says succeeded. So what I'm going to do is I'm just copy that in the whiteboard so that it will be part of the notes. So for schema master, we went onto the first server and we ran this command and we got this. And once this is done, you click OK, and now you go back to add snap in. Once you go back to add snap in, now you can see schema master right here somewhere. So this is Active Directory schema. So now you see Active Directory schema, and we add it to the schema master and click OK. So going back to MMC, then you file add snap in and you can open schema master. Once schema master is open, this is your schema of Active Directory. Now this is here you see different classes, all the things that we were seeing in that slide, that here you see these names, these accounts, and then account has all these things. It has the OU, it has O. So these are different things that is actually basically Active Directory is made up of. So if you accidentally make any change in this, if anyone makes accidentally any change, this can completely disturb your Active Directory functionality. For that reason, Microsoft suggests not to make any changes to schema without their approval. So yes, you can make changes. So mostly, if any company needs to make any change, they will open a ticket with Microsoft. They will make sure that Microsoft is with us making the change so that they can make sure that nothing goes wrong in Active Directory. Now, you might have that question again in your mind, that what is so special about schema in a small environment? In a small environment, there might be not something special, but guys, think of Active Directory that has 200,000 users. 200,000. So if you go to Active Directory, within Active Directory users and computers, there are companies that has 200,000 objects in Active Directory. 200,000 is huge. Or maybe in large organization, there might, I mean, even if 10,000 objects in Active Directory, that is huge. You can think of 200,000 objects, meaning users, computers, groups, their settings, their permissions, everything is here. And this one schema change can affect all 200,000 objects, which can affect all the Active Directory. So for that reason, this schema and this schema needs to be not to be changed in any case, in any circumstances. If ever this needs to be changed, this will be changed along with Microsoft's help, so that they should be there to make sure every step of the way where you want to make any changes. Okay, so
Sir, I
guys,
have a question.
yes, please go ahead.
Whatever we do change in the MMC or the console, like you add the schema master, do we have to run the GP update after that or not?
No, no. So in
Not necessarily.
No, it's not necessary to run the GP update, because this we haven't changed anything in group policy. We just created an MMC and we added one snap in there.
Because usually what I do is whenever I update the certificate,
Right.
I run the GP update.
Yes. So, and that is because you are running something, a certificate service. You added a certificate and then you need to run the group policy, because group policy is connected to certificate, not the MMC.
Okay.
So for that
Okay, thank
reason,
you.
you need to do it. Okay, very good. So guys, just before ending today, what I want to do on my machine is I want to make an Active Directory server on my second server. So on my second server. So so I have to install Active Directory on my second server and make it second domain controller. So before adding, I think some of you already have it, but if not, then you can just have a look at it. So all I need to do is go to add roles and features. Now, why am I doing second domain controller, installing second domain controller? Because this is Microsoft recommendation. At least have two domain controllers in your environment. I have only one. And how do I know that I have only one domain controller? If I go to Active Directory users and computers, I can see only one domain controller here. So I'm going to add the second domain controller, which is very simple. We can go to add roles. And then from here, I can select Active Directory domains and domain services. Next, and in here I can just install Active Directory. So this will install Active Directory. Active Directory is installed in two ways. Sorry, in two wizards. In two phases. First, it will install the Active Directory files, and then the second is configure Active Directory, just like DHCP is configured in two phases as well. You install DHCP, then you authorize it, then you make scopes, likewise all other services. Failover cluster, you install it and then configure it. Active Directory is exactly the same thing. Okay, so since Active Directory is being installed, everyone, I wanted to talk a little bit about today about interviews. So about interviews, guys, we need to start since we are kind of in the middle of this training, and so we need to start working on our interviews as well. I mean, interview especially, I want to focus on the conversational skills. Conversational skills meaning that when you go into an interview, so while this is installing, then every day we will be spending like 5-10 minutes at the end of this lecture, at the end of the lecture, to talk about that how do you present yourself in the interview. So first of all, today I just wanted to speak about a few things in the interview. So for example, how do you make yourself confidence when you're going into the interview, especially focusing our job. So I'm not focusing anything else that you're going for an interview in any other company, but especially IT focused. So first of all, in interviews, when we go for an interview, we need to make a one paragraph about ourselves. We need to make a one paragraph about ourselves, and that one paragraph would say that one paragraph is all about yourself. So their first question, most of the time in interviews, they would say, "Tell me about yourself. Tell me about your previous experience." So instead of just finding the right words for the interview, what we do is we write that paragraph, and then one or two paragraphs, and then we need to remember those paragraphs and say them, and try to say and try to you won't be able to read through because you cannot see the paragraph, but at least once you practice, once you remember, you will be saying all the right words. Okay, so for example, I have this much of IT experience. I have these certifications and all, and I will provide you few paragraphs for you for as a sample, and then you need to write them in your own words, or maybe remember those paragraph exactly in the same manner, and then each one of you will be showing us that how would you explain your experience, how would you explain that paragraph, or how would you explain anything about yourself in the interview. That paragraph, that type of paragraph in interview language or in interview terminology is known as sweet bite. So that is a sweet bite that we need to remember when we go into an interview. So for example, if they ask me, can you tell me about your previous experience? So I would start from, I would start thinking of all the things that I can sell them so that they'll be more interested. This is exactly like, okay, so here, let me just finish this. So I am in the promote server. I think most of you have already done that. And here I'm going to say this is additional, this is add a domain controller to the existing domain. So this will be adding a domain controller to the existing domain and nothing else. If this would have been a new forest, new domain in the forest, in the next lecture, we'll talk about multi-domain and multi-site structure and all that. And this is not a new forest. So this is a new domain controller in the existing domain. And next. So from now on, everyone, we need to start practicing few very basic sentences. I mean, we all know that English is not our first language. It's our second language. I mean, even after 20 years of being in the IT industry, you know, my accent is not that good. I mean, my accent is just normal. Everyone can see it's there is an accent, but accent doesn't matter. Accent doesn't matter. What matters is what are you bringing to that organization, and are you able to explain that clearly? So that what matters. So I had in the past working with me my Chinese colleagues, and Chinese colleagues are very they it's very difficult for them to speak English. Why? Because their language is totally different from our language. I mean, all languages are different, but Chinese and those languages, they have different way of speaking. They are more like making different sounds, and that's how their language is. So for them, English is a difficult language. So I had that colleague that was earning like 60, $70 an hour in IBM with me, and his English was very difficult for him to speak English, but he was able to express his words properly. So when sitting in a meeting, when he would speak, we all know, we have all one time or another, we have had Chinese friends. It's very, I mean, it's difficult for them to speak. But what my point is that if your words are clear and understandable, then this is what is required. And for us, it is even much better than, so for us, the main problem is finding the right words. So for that, we will write that paragraph and we will remember it. So we'll write that paragraph so that in the interview, we'll try to be as fluent as possible. We won't be as fluent as Ashish. Ashish is like, his accent is excellent. I mean, so we won't see. I mean, Ashish is different because I think you, Ashish, you have been through schools and colleges right here in Canada. So we won't be to that level. If we can be to if we can reach that level, that will be excellent. But I think it won't be possible. So the second level is that we remember the paragraph and we try to use most of the word from our own paragraph. So you're most welcome, Ashish. And this is, I mean, I already told Ashish that he already has an edge in going for the interviews. The only thing he need to brush up his skills. So if you have the right skills and you can explain, but you need to know the terminologies and all. But for everybody else, guys, accent, trust me, you don't have to have that excellent accent. All you need to have just clear conversational English. So for that, we will have that paragraph. I will share it with you. You will need to remember the paragraph and then just try to explain this to each other and then explain it here in the class. Any questions?
I just want to know, while making another domain controller, why do we need to give a password, sir?
Making another domain controller. Why did I do what?
Why did you give a password?
Oh yes. So that password is for directory services restore mode. So this password is only used whenever you need to restore Active Directory. Okay, so this password will be used to restore Active Directory if you ever need to restore Active Directory. I mean, this will be the key to I mean, so why do you have to have a password when restoring Active Directory? So guys, there has to be that password. Remember that your Active Directory has 100,000 objects in this. Your complete hospitals, patient and doctors, all the record is in Active Directory. And if somebody restores it from the first copy of Active Directory, meaning the first copy, meaning that doesn't have anything in that. So then you can imagine that how much you can lose in Active Directory if you restored and if you wrong copy. So for that reason, whenever you restore Active Directory, you have to enter this password. This special password only stays with the maybe top management. This password won't be even given to any system admin as well. So for that reason, this password is here. So Asher asked a question, what is the paragraph for? Asher, the paragraph will be I mean, I'll give you a sample paragraph. that we use to prepare for our students. When you go for an interview and when they ask that, what do you know about, so can you tell us about yourself? So in the paragraph, you will be explaining, you will be actually mentioning your main selling points. So I have MCSA certification, I've completed Azure certification. If you have a degree in computer, that will be your first part. But if you don't, then we don't mention those points. So that paragraph is actually the paragraph that we need to remember when we go for interviews. And so what else can be in your selling points? So your certification is your selling point. I have these certification. Secondly, you will be mentioning that I've worked in these technologies. Yes, go ahead, please.
I think you didn't make it domain controller, sir.
Sorry, what? I didn't make a domain controller.
Yeah, you just put to any domain controller, I think.
Oh, that's fine. That is fine. It's just at that point it asks. Uh, so at that point, it was just asking that with which domain controller this domain controller will get information of, because this is a second domain controller. So it's just at that point it was saying that if you have 5 domain controller, is there any specific domain controller with which you want to replicate information? So most of the time we'll go with any domain controller. So take any domain controller and get information from that domain controller. So it was fine. Okay. Ashir has another question. So it's like an introductory paragraph. Yes, it will be an introductory paragraph. And secondly, when they ask why they should hire you. Yes. So for all those things, we have a sheet prepared for this. Why they should hire you, what do you call? So there are many things. Your project completion, project completions, and then your certifications, and then if you had been through any situation where you had to make any decision, or is there any situation when you had to calm down angry customer, so stuff like that. Yeah, challenges and difficult tasks. So how do you, so for all that we need to prepare the answers before going for the interview. Okay. Okay, excellent, guys. We have reached end of today. So what we have covered, we went through introduction to Active Directory, installed Active Directory. We have 2 domain controllers, and then we also talked about 4 partitions, 5 partitions in Active Directory, 5 FISMO roles in Active Directory. We also we also created OUs and OU structure, difference between OU and container. Guys, next lecture will go into more detail in multi-domain environment. Why do we need to create multiple domains? Why do we have multiple forests and all that, and policies? Excellent, guys. And thank you for your patience and for attending the lecture. I would say review the lecture, review the videos, complete the custom lab, send the custom lab who are not able to send me the custom lab. And that is all for today. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. Welcome. Assalam. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Allah Hafiz, Nurhan bhai. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Allah Hafiz. Okay, thank you.
Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.
Sir,
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
so a question I need
So,
to ask you.
Allah Hafiz, sir.
Allah Hafiz. Yes, Faz, I'm here. We can.
Can you hear me properly, sir?
s- Sorry, what, Faz?
Can you hear me properly? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
yes. I can hear you properly. I can hear you properly.
If there are 2 domain controllers and 2 servers, so that would be 1 Active Directory and 2 domain controllers, or
Yes, 1 Active Directory and 2 domain controllers. Yes. So
but
meaning when you, so what is known as 1 Active Directory?
like 1 3?
So meaning you when you install the first Active Directory, you have only 1 Active Directory, and when you install the second server, it will be a second domain controller in the Active Directory.
Okay.
So, sir, I have a question right here. So the
Yes.
second domain controller should not be the part of the first server?
second domain controller should be part of the same Active Directory. So the first active, I mean, in other words, you're right, you're correct. You're correct because the first
Because
server is part of the first Active Directory. So both domain controller will be part of the same Active Directory. Okay, so Faz is gone. Faz is disconnected. Okay. Yes, Asher, I will be posting that because it's few, I mean, it takes like 1 or 2 hours to process the video and then upload. Yes, this is recorded and this will be posted. Okay, you're most welcome. Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night, sir.